Welcome everybody. Another stream begins, hopefully exactly on time. Friday and Saturday. For me, it's from 8 to hopefully 12. That's what I'm aiming for. And to do professional TypeScript. As you can see here in the background, we've got the Blueprints project open. Last time we did some really nice steps together with one of the viewers. I discussed what we're going to do in terms of splitting the front end and the back end between two different folders. I actually know that in my very first episode, I talked about that I was probably going to do this at some point. And it happened quicker than I imagined, so that's great. And now, well, let's have a look at the branches that we have. We've got hosting, but we also have main, scroll, CRUD, WebSocket, and the chat. Those are the ones we have right now. Oh, I see that my new setup. It's hard for me to see the left bottom of my screen. Just a second. Gonna see if I can sort that out. Oh, I guess I did. All right. All right. Good. So yes, hosting we're on, but I think I already pulled this onto main. Let me double check. Yes, I pulled it onto main. I am curious what the difference now is between the two. So let's actually also open it up in GitHub. Here we go. Blueprints, and we would have a hosting. What if I made a pull request comparing hosting to main? Can't automatically merge. Nope. But I still want to see what changed. So we've got 26 changed files. There's definitely some stuff in here I definitely need on both to be the same. Firebase, of course. Then the new package JSON in the client. Oh, that's weird. Don't I have that in main? I do. Don't have it in hosting? I do. Why does it say it's new? Package JSON, every line is new. Well, I don't know. I think I can also just run them both and see what's going on. Or we can do yarn server, or no, nowadays we have to do cd client yarn start. And here also cd server yarn start. As I now also described here. Installation starts with installing Node 16, then doing a global install for yarn so that you can use the yarn command. Then you do the yarn command in the root of the repository. And because we have configured now in this package JSON that we're using two workspaces, which are two folders inside, it'll install both of them separately, and that's wonderful. That's what we want. No issues found, and we're running. Let's go localhost. Here we are. Very simple to do app. You can't really get much more basic than this, and this is why I built it, in order to have some basics. Now, I was thinking, one thing that many people probably want is a better interface, like a more beautiful interface. We haven't talked much about CSS yet, but we also haven't talked much about certain frameworks that we might be using. And there's one that I particularly like, which is Bootstrap. Now, nowadays, actually, I might be a bit outdated. There might be some new ones that are better. I just have been using Bootstrap for a long time, and they have a good React version as well that we can install. So I was thinking of starting starting with that. Ah, shit. All right. So yeah, we're just gonna follow this introduction and do it step by step and get the client updated to include our to include Bootstrap. So kill this. Also, wait, before we continue, I also want to be able to see the viewers I have, and in case any one of them joins. I think I can view. Where is my chat? Can't see the chat. Twitch. All right, here we go. Okay. Let's continue. Let's install these dependencies. Perfect. Now we know how to import, but we have to import the global still. I think I want to just import those directly like this. Include it in your source index or FGS file. That's what they're saying. That's exactly what I'm gonna do. I'll put it in the index. I've zoomed in a bit. My text in the editor usually is one more zoomed out. Wait a minute. Why is... Oh, that's polyfill. Yeah, that's fine. And fourth, awesome. That's also okay. In fact, let's polyfill can go first, just for Internet Explorer 11. We shouldn't need this anymore. Nobody's using Internet Explorer. Everyone went to Edge. But yeah, for now I'll leave it in. Now we have Bootstrap also imported. Also, before I continue, let me do a quick git checkout branch Bootstrap. Right, because we wanna start off from there now. Okay, so we've included it. However, which Bootstrap style is up to you, but the simplest way is to include the latest styles from CDN. Yeah. Oh wait, we do want this. In fact, we definitely want this. So, and we want this after our own, in case you're using Sass. So I think this was just to, we want the Sass, and we also want to be able to customize it. So we need to, in fact, do a little bit of change now. I forgot about that. We need to make sure to, let's go to the components for app. We need to import the variables and then Bootstrap so that we can redefine certain variables. So this is good. However, then I don't need the one on index.ts anymore. My bad. So I think this should be okay to do without. There is also a way, now we're including entire Bootstrap. We might also want just parts of it just to increase the speed of reloading. But for now, let's just go for this and say yarn start, see if it actually loads. Sorry, client, yarn start. I should put them next to each other perhaps. The server is okay with some less space. Okay. Good. Now let's put a button in the middle of the interface and see what happens. Also, let's rename it to... usually I rename it to something else depending on what I'm doing. Well, for now I can keep calling it welcome. I can do that later. So we can put a big button in the interface. We have to import that. Now, when you do the automatic import, it actually imports it in a way that Bootstrap specifically says that you shouldn't do. You should do it like this. This loads much less into memory, and you just get, actually, you can let them say it. You should import individual components like this rather than the entire library. Doing so pulls only the specific components that you use, which can significantly reduce the amount of code you end up sending to the client. Right? Sounds a bit weird, sending to the client. Okay, because you're hosting it somewhere. Sure. Hi. So this is a primary button. There. Now you see that my primary color is a bit weird. I have, let's look at the variables, see what we've done. So here you see that this is my blue, and I think blue is the primary color. Now, React likes to use the word primary, and I can also put that, for instance, on orange. Yeah, the recompiling takes a little too long, but okay. So now you can see it uses orange as a base. Both are probably not that nice. We have to pick a nice color now, and I do think that there is this color scheme designer, which I really like. Color scheme designer, Peloton, yes, accept. So I like this one. Actually, I like it even more when it's like next to each other like this. So imagine that we already know some of the other accent colors we have, right? Imagine we want like something accented. Something calm, perhaps only 2 colors maybe. What is this? Can I change it? 2 colors, free. See, now it kind of, it finds, it's kind of funny. Let's see, maybe we can go for a certain scheme that has already been made. Can we find examples? Okay, what do we like? This is horrible. Why do they only have random? Reset this. Add complementary. I mean, it's all pretty funny, but I want presets. Is there any presets? No. Oh, here, presets. Yeah, but this is only the presets for these colors. Ah. I mean, we're overthinking it a little, I understand. It is still a good website to try to use, but this, we're going to mostly talk about TypeScript development and CSS and how to implement designs, not about how to actually create them. So, unfortunately, that also means that I'm not going to have too much of a good design. That's just not what the stream is about. So we're gonna pick a beautiful color. Oof, that is not that beautiful. Blue, blue and yellow. I don't like the yellow. Ah, here on this side, the yellow, when it becomes a bit more orange, this is maybe okay. Blue and yellow. Not the best, but so be it. Well, let's just take these. And then I'll add a yellow. And then I'll add a blue. Now, CSS has a way to, oh, let me overwrite the previous blue because I didn't like that one that much. There you go. And now that should be recompiling. Takes 10 years. Entire Bootstrap is being restyled, it seems. Nah, this can't be real. Oh, I forgot to change the primary to blue, which it is by default. So I guess, oh, I'll leave it in anyway so that you know there is a primary. There's also secondary, and after that I think there's maybe danger. All right, so we got this. It does seem like I'm really working with a light design instead of a dark one now. This kind of color. Let me actually change this interface to light, just to have some difference. I have dark already defined. Let's say light is also there, and we just put it on. We just put it on white for now. So later we can actually change it to be maybe a bit softer. So if we just keep using light now, then that's great. Light. Then here we have a background of black. Let's just remove that completely, perhaps. Ooh, nice. And the color, well, for now, maybe it was just use dark. Okay, we did overwrite it in the menu where we gave it a kind of softer. What if I just remove that? Hover, it would be black. I'm not that happy with the reload, but at least this works. I do miss that line. Again, I'm not going to talk too much about specific pro. Okay, let's see. What do we want to do? If you want to style something, make something beautiful, where you want to go for? I don't know. I mean, I don't want to show too much. If you add too much to a blueprint, it's no longer a blueprint, right? Well, however, I do think that like Bootstrap has much more than style, and we should show the substance a little. So what if I make a contact form? It's like the classic contact form, right? A Bootstrap contact form. So I'll just rename everything to contact. And here also contact. Actually, I should search through my code base for the word welcome and then replace it with contact. The only one I don't want probably is here in the README. The rest is all good. So let's just replace them all. Go to the README. And somewhere it's going to say contact. You're welcome to support me with a small donation via crypto. There you go. Wonderful. So now we end up with a contact page. And then what we're going to put on that page is a form. So we already imported the button. Now we need to import form. And form contains everything that you might want for form creation. Also, so that's like inputs, but also the form itself. And you got the submit and all fields, I think they have as well. But let's make something very simple. Contact. Say we have a form, and on submit, we're gonna be doing something, right? For now, definitely we always want to do a prevent default. Prevent default. And again, guys, if you want a specific blueprint, something new, you can always let me know, and I'll go and build it. Okay, we have a prevent default, so that if somebody submits this form, nothing happens. That's important. That's what we want to start off with. And then we want to do, let's add one form control. That's an input, basically. We'll give it a placeholder as well, perhaps. Well, let's say you have example. What's a good one? Example.example.com? Nah. Maybe type, and then what we do, we add also a label. I always feel like people need to use labels more. So HTML4 is going to be the ID of the controller that we're having. So imagine that you're asked to type your email. So then we say email, and then we say here ID equals email. That should work. Let's double check this. Yep. And then the type is also email. Default is text. If you don't know, you just keep it empty. But if you know that it's going to be email, nowadays that also works, I believe. So now if I click here, it focuses this, which is great. Also, that is one annoying thing about Bootstrap. It loves to use these. These box shadows. I really don't like them. In fact, I don't like them so much. I'm gonna just clear them out over here. I wonder if there's a variable to turn them off. Let's see. Bootstrap variables, Sass variables, list. Let's see if we can get a nice list. Do we have something around box shadow? Box. Oh, what is this? Book shadow. Wow. That's great. So we just can put it on none. Oh, that's much better. So I actually normally override them manually, but this is much better. So we change it to none. Uh, there we go. And now if I click, can you please recompile? Shit, I don't see it. Nope, still doing it. Maybe this is something to do. Let's see, it is definitely a box shadow, right? What if I focus on it? See, this box shadow we want to remove. 0.25 rem. Unbelievable. Why would you do this to me? But it's also not in here. I guess this is not being controlled with this. Alright. There's a lot more box shadows now that I see. Box shadow. Input button focus box shadow. Wow, that is incredible. Let's turn off this one. Anything else interesting? Button padding. Anyway, so a file like this can be very useful. In fact, it's so useful. I think I'll just put a link to it so people can more easily update the variables. Or we could just include it ourselves in our own variables. Yeah, in fact, I'll just do that instead. Now, the thing is, though, I do want to make sure if we define things multiple times, which we probably have now because of all the colors, the other ones are default or not? Let's check. I think they should say the word default after them. But actually, that doesn't change for CSS. I don't think this matters. SCSS, I mean. Well, let's double check if my colors still. We can just test it by running it. Oh, okay. You know, let's not do it. Let's just override individual things all the time and then send a link. Because it's also kind of not very beautiful that you have so much code. I want to keep the amount of code very tiny. So I'll just say for a list of all possible Bootstrap variables, you can go there. Although again, is this the official Bootstrap variable CSS? Twitter Bootstrap. Oh, actually it might be. So in that case, we're good. Because this is probably for Twitter Bootstrap. Bootstrap variables list. Yeah, Twitter Bootstrap. Yeah, it's the official one. Okay, verified. All right, no problem. Then this is great. This is the official list. And we've put the input on none. Beautiful. See, no more bullshit. I like the box shadow to be. I mean, it is nice though if you can see if something is focused. I agree, but for now, I don't mind. This is fine. So we got email. What do you want to do for a contact form, right? You want to say name, email, description, and then a text area, I guess. Something very simple like that, and then a submit button. Let's do that. So we have the name. Now I want to also add it that it's going into the store, right? We want to use our selector. Here we can see that we get tasks, but those are not very interested. Let's start up with going to the types and adding stuff to the state. Task is going to go away because we don't have any task anymore. We have become a new kind of app. So we say we want to know the name of someone. We want to know their email. And we want to know their message. So we add these three. There you go. Very straightforward. Then we go to the store and we define the default. The default will be that name is an empty string, email is an empty string, and message is also an empty string. Great. Everything is an empty string. This is all wonderful. Now we can go over here, and now I'm gonna just keep state to state. I want the entire state, and then I'm gonna deconstruct that object and get the name, email, and message. And this is a great way to avoid all those dots that you would normally have everywhere. Also, why? My laptop is overheating a little. Let's put it on a little bit of a higher. I hope you don't hear too much of it in the background now that I'm going to run this full. I also pause the stream. There you go. Good. So we have name, email, and message being deconstructed out of the state. And we got them in our component now. And now we can remove this stupid stuff that we don't care about. Just have only the core aspect of what we need. Now, there's two things we want. First of all, we want to add the value. In this case, is the email. And then when I change this, I want to dispatch an actions set. That's currently my only reducer, my only action I can have. And in set, you have to give an argument, and it even explains it. It needs to be a partial state. So you can give an object that is going to be merged with the state, and it can be a partial state. So you don't have to define all the properties, which is great. So you can just say email equals target value, right? So you're getting the value out of this, and you're shoving it into your store under the email, right? Great. Now, that's number one, but we said we needed multiple things. We needed email, we needed name, and we needed, let's say, name. Then we change everything to name. Name. Oh, type is text. So type text is normal, so we can just delete that. There, type. And then this would be email, and then this would be description. Description. Oh, sorry, message. Sorry, I forgot what we called it, message. Message. Type is text again. But now there's something special here. We want this to be a text area, so we say as text area. And then we can also say the rows now, which could be like 3 by default. All right, so we have name, email, and message. Yeah. Let's see how that looks. Oh, wait. Oh, now this is of course broken because my use API won't work. Let's see. So later we have to, we need to make this contact form and shove it somewhere else. For now, let's just disable this real quick. Yeah, that's fine. So we can, I don't like the type. That is pretty bad. We'll just remove the placeholder. Nobody needs a placeholder in their life. Placeholder type. Get out. Beautiful. Okay, now it's very basic, but at least now when I type, let's we have already the Redux in here, I assume. Redux. Let's make that like one of the most important ones next to console. Yeah, this should be fine. We have a bit, what the hell is Lighthouse? Anyway. So now when I go to Redux and I go to the state, I can immediately see that I typed this stuff here. I also see that my API is still, of course, sending tasks and I'm still saving it. But yeah, I'm going to be removing that soon. When we write our new API. So great, we have a contact button, or I mean, we have a contact form, but now we still need to submit that form. Now, I think you can just do any button, and I think that will button. Actually, maybe we should do form control type is submit. And then send. Why did it just crash? Oh, oh, sorry. It's not like this, of course. The value is sent, and then kill it like that. Although I don't like that I can't put HTML in here now. So maybe I'll just try to use button, and I think it might send. Nah, let's test it out. Let's also console log when I click on it. Console log my name, email, and message. Okay, so it doesn't work because I mean we need to make sure that this button acts as a submit. But how do I do that? Let's see, React, Bootstrap, or actually this might be more like pure HTML, like make button submit form. Like how do I actually button type is submit on the button as well? Okay, let's see if that is allowed. Oh yeah, it is. All right, problem solved. Thank you. Yeah, there it is. And I don't see anything because it's just a bunch of spaces. Oh, and now it even does validation. And this is nice because it's HTML5, right? So you can actually require these things. You can say required. You need to fill in your message. You need to fill in that. And you need to fill in this. Also, let's maybe clean it up a little. That's better. That's better. There you go. Very nice. And now, boom, fill out the field. It's asking for validation on all of it. And even has some basic evaluation of the email address, that it's actually an email address. So now we need to go send it to the backend. Now we can send it first to just a random address, to a random place that doesn't exist yet. Let's say we have send form or send contact or contact. Oh, one word is great, contact. Yes, just contact. Well, void, yeah, sure, void is fine. Because now this is another thing. I think what I want to do is you want to have some kind of status in your type so that you know what the status is of the. And we can even define this specifically. We can say status is. We can make it optional perhaps. Or we can just say it can be an empty string, or it can be loading or sending perhaps. And then we can do sent. Right? So that we have a different status when we're done sending, that people don't keep sending and it just says like, thank you for your message. That's it. Message sent. We'll do that for now. And then in the store. Oh, wait, sorry. One of the statuses I forgot is error. But the thing is, I also have a message to show at that point. So I can do error is a string. I can do it like this too. And if an error is given, then it shows something else. And then it goes from sending back to empty string. I can also do status ready. Yeah, I like this. So we have status and we have error, and status is actually 3 specific strings it can be right now. And then we can later easily extend it. Yeah, this is great. So then we go to our store and we say we have a status, which at the beginning is ready. And we have an error, which at the beginning is empty. There we go. Beautiful. We've got our stuff ready to go. Now we can do a contact request. So we say contact. That's the endpoint I will make later. It'll be a post endpoint. So we have to give it a body. and the body will be a JSON stringify of, well, we already know that we want the email and all that stuff. We could, yeah, let's just make it specific. We can say name, email, and message. But now we still need to include those, so we need a use selector hook, and then include that over here. So we want to again get the name, email, and message from the state. So we just return the entire state and let React deconstruct this and send it to our backend contact as a post. Now, wonderful, we have it. When we're done, and it is 200, we're just gonna say that status is sent. And we're also gonna say that the error is empty, so that if there was an error before, we are clearing that error. So after a success, we'll wipe out the previous errors. Now, if the response wasn't okay, we say the status goes back to ready. But now we have an error. In this case, I'm just gonna say API request failed. Theoretically, you could also start taking something from the response if you want to. I'm not actually even reading the response. I'm just checking the status. So there's no need to even send a response, which is fine. Keep things simple, I would say. Okay, so what next? Well, maybe some breaks, keep things a little cleaner. And also, of course, here we now need to have email, message, and name. Email, message, name. Need to do that all together. Yeah, this is kind of okay. Of course, now we can export the function. Looking good. Let's fix the ordering here a bit. I like this. Very simple. Of course, when I'm going to send it, I still want to be able to send that. If something is aborted, we don't need to do anything. We just immediately return. But there could also be an error here. So if it's not aborted, if it just gets caught here, then again it failed. API request failed. Good. So now we want to do that when we start, we abort the previous one. I think the very first thing we will do is dispatch a new one that says sending. Very first thing. And the error, I don't think it gets cleared because we don't know necessarily. Actually, yeah, it can be cleared because then we'll get a new error. If you send again, do you want the error to be cleared? Let's say yes. Doesn't matter so much. All right, great. Why is it crying? Get tasks. Yeah, of course. It doesn't have the. It doesn't need to do this anymore. So we can actually completely delete that, remove that, keep everything super clean. Clean. Very nice. Now, what do we want to do? We want to go fire this when we submit. Easy. So let's import the hook. Import use API. And then contact equals use API. And now we want to say when I want to submit this form, I will just do contact. And in the state, it should already have the correct values, so there's nothing we need to do here. Of course, when we are loading, what do we do then? So let's say when it's not going to be that beautiful, but let's make it happen. So here we need the status and the error too. And if we have a status that is ready, then we want this form to render. There we go. But if we have a if we have an error, I guess that should be an alert or something. A Bootstrap alert. It's good to show some of these examples. I'm not sure if this, I mean, this is definitely not going to be a beautiful design. Let me actually check how to use alerts. But this is the great website you always want to use for React. So actually, let me also write that in here. Components can be found at there. I guess I don't have to say HTTPS, just there. And I'll include that here, line 1. Let's put these two together. They have the same depth. Also, I always like to put the, there you go. Alert is ready. Now, if we have an error, then we'll do an alert. And let's see, variant equals danger, because it's supposed to be red, right? Error. Okay. Yeah. Oh, right. If we're sending, that's the best status. Status equals sending. Then we want a spinner, because I think spinners are one of the best parts of like making things a little dynamic. Yeah, there are better spinners to get, custom ones. But if you're just looking for a spinner, I think this one is great. So it's spinner animation equals border, if I remember correctly. There you go. Now we have a spinner when we're sending. When we're ready, we say this. And now we have to do when it's sent. Sent. I guess we do an alert version. So there we go. We say success. Yeah, success. And we say your message has been received. Maybe like a thank you. Thank you. Your message has been received. Something like that. So now we have sending, sent, and ready covered, and the error variant with an alert. And now we can try it out. So test. API request failed. Great. I do think it's maybe a little, maybe it's me, but it just feels to me a little like removing the form is a little bit overkill for me. I think we should just show this by default. Put all of this stuff down at the submit button, perhaps. And then the submit button should only show. You can also do a disabled version of the submit button. Like that could be nice instead of an alert. Let's see. So we want to say maybe disabled equals when the status is not ready. And then send is also if the status equals ready, then we're going to be saying send. Then we put that spinner inside of here. I think that could be nice. And then the status sent. Send. Something like this. The variant we might also want to change so that in the case of send, that should be green. Variant. So then we say success. And if it's anything other, we say maybe primary button. Something like this. So now we have a primary button. Send it. Stays primary. Oh, I didn't remove. Didn't I remove it? Where's my spinner? Why is it doing the spinner twice? Ah, here. Never. There. Clean. Send. I like it. I like it. I think maybe the last thing I want to change is that this status should even be below that. To not move the button after you click it. There. That's a little more... Still not beautiful. In fact, I think I'll make this a block so that it kind of fills up the whole space. Oh, is that no longer possible? Block? Oh, come on. Let's check. I thought you could make blocks out of these things. Button. Button. I thought you could do block. Block buttons. What's this? Block example. Oh, like Bootstrap 4. Oh, I guess I'm old. With a mix of display and gap utilities. Ah, that's horrible. I'll just use my own custom CSS to do it. They removed the block. They didn't care about block and people who use block. All right. So we will say that we are now styling contact. So we don't have an OL anymore. We don't have P's. Always use flex. Don't use grid. And now because we're a column, we need to do a line. Well, actually, let's start off like this because it automatically already makes everything take a stretch, which is good. But now we also want every label and button and alert. So what is this alert? Is that a div? Yeah, it's a div. So kind of every... Because we don't care about the distance between these two. It can be pretty small. So we want every... Or it can be the opposite. Every input or text area should have some text to the bottom, some area to the bottom, and a button as well. That's it. So we can say every input or text area, margin bottom 1 rem. We do the same with the button. Actually, I should put them all in one if that's what I'm going to do. Yeah. I mean, normally you would want to style those differently, but for now this is fine. I think this is a bit too much. 0.5 should be fine. There. Also, the width of this form feels a little restrictive. Why is it so small? Because contact itself is not. So we can just say 100% width for the normally for the page, but the form itself, I'll give a max width of like maybe 800 pixels because it gets a little weird. It's too much. 600, still too much. 500. I kind of feel like this is actually still too much. There. You want to type a normal message, it might take some space. I also don't like that this contact feels so hovery and nothing. We need something to distinguish it. Maybe just a little area at the bottom. So here we've got some other stuff. Let's say the nav has a border bottom, which is dark. Sorry, 1 pix solid dark. That's too dark. So actually, as an example, we can do this. So you can use a function like lighten, and then lighten it like this, dark by 5, whatever. We're lightening it, and I think the change was too small. We can do it by 15. Yeah, it is a bit softer, right? Or am I crazy? Come on, lighten. What? Why isn't it just like lightning all the way? Yeah, okay. It does work. It's just I'm using a bit low increments. But that's one way. But the other way, which I like even more, is to do RGBA, then put your dark in here. And this way you make it a certain opacity, right? So we can say give me an red, green, blue, but then alpha. And because you're filled in a color here, it already deconstructs this into RGB, which is great. And if you save that, then this is also for me a more intuitive way to say 20% opacity, for instance. This is what this says, right? So I love that. And now we have a little soft, elegant line, which is all I wanted. And then here we have a form, and I can submit, and the API request keeps failing, which is great. That's exactly what I wanted. That is exactly what I wanted. Okay, so now we have to think about the server now. We're done with the front end, kind of. Maybe a little bit of margin below the H1 margin bottom to RAM. Move it a bit down. This is great. I really love this. It looks perfect. I mean, not perfect, but looks acceptable. Now the thing is, we need to, of course, oh, wait a minute. When this succeeds, we do need to clear the values. Oh, that's pretty clear. Because I don't want my name, email, and message to stay in memory after I use it. So that's my last little bit that I need to do. When I say send, we also update email, empty, name, empty, and message, empty. There you go. But yeah, we have never successfully sent anything actually. So also this, like when I send it, that is a bit wrong. Let me change the value. See, it moves the button. It makes the button bigger, and there's this weird thing around it for the focus. I don't like either one of those things. So let's say we're sending by default. Now we should see it all the time. That's great. But now we can also reduce the size so that it fits. Let's see what we need to do that. I know that these loaders, you can make them a bit thicker, and I like that too. You can also change the size, the width of those things. You can do it all with CSS. So let's have a look. Spinner, border. They have a width and they have a border size. So let's say we make the width 1 rem. This looks great. See, now it's like a tiny little, I like this one. So we take a spinner border. Oh no, is this one of those things that I can do it like here? Oh my god, yes, spinner width, spinner height. That is so much better. So let's do it that way. Oh, clearly I haven't been using enough variables now that I see all these. Normally I would manually override them. Okay, so by default the height is the width. Oh, that's great. So then we just change the width only. And then let's see if it worked. It worked. And so now if I go to the store and send this back to ready, see, this is great. It keeps it exactly the same. And now I don't like that focus outline too. Let's search for it. Button focus. Focus box shadow. There you go. Input focus box shadow. Input button. But we also did an input button. I guess this is just a general button focus. Button focus. Button focus box shadow. None, please. Stop bothering me. Leave. Still there. Oh my god, it's still there. Hover, focus. It's there. Box shadow. Yeah, it still exists. Button primary focus. Button focus box shadow. I mean, I don't think this is it. Like, how can it not be that? Right? Well, let's keep searching. Button focus. I really don't think it can be anything else. Let's see button, any other button stuff. Button focus box shadow default. Hover background. Oh, shade color. Look at that. That's beautiful. I do think the shade is a bit intense, like 5%. But anyway, you can tweak these values. That's what I love about Bootstrap. Is like all these values are so precise, and you have so much control. And it when you change something, it so uniformly applies that change, which is great. Yeah, I don't see, and I don't understand actually why this still happens. I guess I'll just say every button box shadow turn off and force it. I'm just gonna do that over here. Every button. Actually, I can also just do it in my variables. It's not the best. I guess it's just because of I'm desperate, right? So button box shadow non-important. And with important, as people who know CSS know, that overrides everything else. The problem is, of course, that you can also then again start competing with important. And then the one, so if I have two things that are both important, box shadow is 1px, 1px, 1px black, whatever, then this one would win. Now, because it's the latest, it would win. Now it would lose. But if I then add something like body button, then it would win again, because the selector is more specific than the other one. So the selector specificity gives it a strength, which puts it up in the list, and then it overrides stuff that is below. So here you can see that, right? Button primary focus overrules button focus. And button focus not focus visible overrules that one again. So the location, it's a combination of location, but also mostly the strength that determines what wins. Okay, great. So now when we send, no, I can't believe it. Oh, I didn't actually. Okay. I was about to lose faith in my CSS, but now it should remove it. Yes, finally. Thank God. All right. Happy with that. API request failed. Sure. What are we gonna do? Let's say, oh, the API. Yeah, it's time for the API. And then I want to talk about some interesting options, what you can do, because there is like, if somebody sends you a message on a contact form, how do you handle that? What do you want to do? You want to send an email, or there's some other options. So first of all, let's go to the server, because we want to delete immediately some nonsense away from this. Also, I really am still curious to know whether the dist folder is correctly ignored. Yes, in this one it is. In main it is. I guess I didn't push it to... Well, it doesn't matter. Here we have the server. We emulate some traffic delay, which is great, because then we can see that loader for a very short time. And then task is going to go away because we only have contact, right? And we don't really care. We just want to send 200 back. I think if I send null, it will fail though. It will send something that's not 200. That's like an error. So I need to send something. So I guess I can just say success true. Something like that. We can run this instead. Oh, yarn start that. And now when I didn't have to refresh because it's just a client. Send. Sent. Thank you. Your message has been received. We cleared the previous values. Beautiful. And I can't send it again. It's disabled, right? I love this. This is great. You could even hide this now. You could do what you want. But now you saw the loader. We saw the send. What happens if we send 404? Then it's just gonna send. It's gonna say API error or something, I guess. Yeah, it sent API request fail. So all we need to do here is send this, and then, and of course, we know in the body we have the information that we need, right? That we want to send. Yeah, now for me, there is this thing. Send it here. Name, email, message. So we got it, and it's been sent. But what do we want to do with it here? You could, of course, save it in a database, and saving it in a database is very simple. I still haven't set one up. I guess that's the next step. But that actually for databases, I want to do that in a separate branch for sure. So then we should just say that we're done with this one now, and then we're going to work on database. Or at least we can make contact as the first one, and then database as an extension on top of contact. So, but I'll still make it a separate branch. We could do that. But there would be some configuring required so that I have my personal. Yeah, I can't really turn off the stream. I mean, I don't want to turn it off in the middle of it. But I can use my other screen and then kind of finish it. Because I just need to make sure you guys don't see anything of my services I pay for. The Google services, the API key, stuff like that. I mean, last time we did have a Firestore API key that leaked. I had to reset that one later, but that wasn't a big thing because it's just a front end anyway. But the database, I definitely don't want that accidentally the access to it leaked. Yeah, so let me first of all start with saying that I finished this. This is good. And what am I supposed to do in the README actually? Discard the changes I made. And also, am I not supposed to describe what I did in this one? Let's see, what did I do in the other one? If I go to blueprints and I switch to, like, for instance, the hosting, it does say Firebase deploy cloud. I don't need that in this case. I don't need it. Yeah, let's leave it for now. Interesting. People are using my code. What is the US bar? Oh. Depend on blueprints. I don't think that's right. I mean, some of these projects doesn't matter. Okay, so yeah, let's save it. We called this Bootstrap, right? Or let me check what it was. Yeah, this was Bootstrap. So feed contact form. Publish that branch. And now I also want to go to my main branch and add the README because I have added a new contact form. Bootstrap, sorry, Bootstrap. Bootstrap. A Bootstrap based contact form. Let's see. Oh, I have to start with a verb. No, I don't. Checklist and HTTP request. Animate on scroll. Form and HTTP post request. manage a list of data objects. Oh, this one doesn't fit with the rest. So, because it shouldn't say manage, it says lists of manageable, editable. List of editable data objects. A real, oh, I never say a, right? So real-time version of prod. Of the, nah, I'm just gonna leave that, that's fine. And then Bootstrap based contact form. Bootstrap, yeah, that's great. Chore, update, readme. Sync that. So now if I go to main, Bootstrap based contact form, click on that, immediately go here. I don't have to worry about that. Yeah, that's it. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Looks great. So there was a couple thoughts, like you can save it in a database, that's one, but you can also send it to Slack. It's very easy to send things to Slack. I think again, I have to do some setup for all of this, but it's super simple to do. Let me actually show you that one maybe first. Don't want to mess that up. Okay, so again, I'm gonna have to switch to my personal account and then here do some configurations in order to make sure that I get new accounts for everything. And I want to start off with the Slack integration because it's very, very simple and pretty cool. I love it. So or should I do database first? Database is kind of critical, right? It's kind of, both of them are simple, both of them are useful. I'll start with database, I guess, because it's way more applicable. Everyone needs a database at some point, and even if you're going to send messages to Slack, you still want to save them as well in your database. So let's go to sort out the database. For that, we need to go to Google Cloud. I will do this in my other screen just a second because I want to set it up without any security risk. So I have my Apex software engineering project, which I already pay for. I have some database. Once I can show you something, I will show it, of course. Yeah, this is safe to show. Yeah. So when I go to the Firestore, here's my project, right, on Google Cloud. And when I go to the Firestore, I can select two modes, native and data store mode. I like native because both of them have the scalability, but App Engine is some specifics, which is fine. I don't use App Engine, and then the max write per second is limited, where data store is not. But real-time updates and offline data persistence, that is pretty cool to be using. This is potentially very useful. For now, you know, we're probably for a long while are not going to use it yet. We're just going to be doing direct connections with the API, and only the API connects to the database. But it's really interesting. Query consistency strong. Data model is document collections, and here it's entity kinds. I always use this one. And now you also get Firebase with this one. That's also the difference. Yeah. But it doesn't matter. We'll select native mode anyway. So let me just select it and then pay for it. This is pretty cheap though. I can select the region now. I'll just select Europe. Yep, create the database. It's still creating the database. We just have to wait a little bit. I really like this this new that little form we had. Oh, I guess we have to go back to Bootstrap. It's such a little funny. Thank you. I could also disable this, I guess. Let's do that for fun. Contacts. We want to disable. Disabled equals. Whenever we're not ready, we disable it. So status is not ready. And we can paste this onto everything. There. So normally it would have cleared it. Like normally it would be like this. You fill something in. And then boom, clears it and disables it. Very nice. Okay, so now I have my database. It has been created. Here we go. I can now manually start collections. And I can give it a path. So the first part is always the collection. I don't know, what are we going to do? We're going to send messages from our contact form, right? So let's say contact. And then if I add a document, it generates an ID for me already. I can also customize it. I can change it to anything. It just has to be unique, or any other value that has the same ID. Obviously, it saves over it or merges it, depending on what you choose. In our case, we're going to generate our own ID for this on the API side. Field name, so normally we would say message and string. I can just save this just to show real quick. So now we can see in contact, we've got one document and the only thing inside of it says message some nonsense, okay? So very simple. But now I need to get a key. I need to get a development key and everything, because I need to now get access from within here to my database. And for that, I need a key. Oh, this change event should be gone. Is that everything? Yeah. Any problems? No, no problems. Fix, disable inputs after send. Save that. So I wanna branch off here. First of all, I wanna create a new branch. Git checkout branch. We're gonna do database. The database branch. Yarn start this again. Oh, sorry, we have to go to client. Yarn started here. And now it's time to start adding. So first we need a development key. I want to mention that if you're doing the Google Cloud hosting, this is the beauty of these things working together. In the API layer, you can go to package.json and change the deploy script. Oh yeah, I'm in database now. Oh, maybe I want to put the changes in that I would normally show on hosting. Well, I guess not, but like, I just want to mention that if you're using a build and deploy from the API to Google Cloud, you can add it here, the key. You can add it in deploy. You can also do it actually manually after you deploy it in the interface. But you can add the key to it there, and then it automatically will use it. And so you don't have to upload any keys in your software. So in your software, you just put development keys for testing, and those don't have any impact. You don't put any sensitive data in there, and then you're good. But okay, that's for now what I just wanted to mention. Let's go back to the database and finish it. We need development keys. Let me go download those, create them, and then I can show you later. Let me get some key. I need some credentials. So you would have to find a tutorial real quick on how to create your own service account. Because we want to get a service account here that is for demo purposes. That's what we like to do. So service account name, I was going to say this is going to be our Blueprints API. Blueprints API. Actually, I won't even call it dev. Actually, I will call it dev keys. Describe what the service account will do. Actually, I think I can show you this part. So I'm filling this thing. So I'm creating a service account and I'm just creating these things. Okay, I'm going to give it some privileges. In this case, I'm just looking for a Firestore. Gives Firestore service account access to managed resources. Firestore service agent. Sounds good. We'll see if it's not enough permissions, then I can always change it later. No, I don't want that. Okay. Now I'm gonna just download a file because I got the key. And then once you have the service account here, you can go to keys and then add the key. And again, it says here, service account keys could pose a security risk. We recommend that you avoid downloading them and use this. So that's why what we're doing here is really just development only. Normally, you wouldn't need to do this. You can use the default service account that is attached to your Google Cloud Run environment. So this is only for development if we're working from local and we don't feel like configuring Google Cloud and we just want to have a key that we can work with. So it's kind of a shortcut. Now we generate a JSON version of that key. I got it now. Now I don't want this to be uploaded to GitHub. So what I will do is I will add it to the git ignore. I will say we don't want our Google service account.json. Right, we don't want that one uploaded. And now I will just rename this and put it in the right place. Blueprints. Server, paste it in here. So now it's over there, but it should be, when I go here, oh shit, did I not spell it exactly the same? Google service account.json. Am I blind? I guess it doesn't pick it in general, so I just should do it like this. Yeah. Now it says, okay, you changed the git ignore, that's it. So we're ignoring that file. We definitely don't want to upload it. Only problem is I don't want to accidentally click on it and show it either. It's a bit frustrating, but so be it. So now we can continue with Firestore. So let me get that code. We want to, in the index.ts, we want to go include our authentication here and get Firestore going. Just a second. Oh, we can take that over here. So it's a very simple line of code to do this, by the way. And I'm even going to put in the stuff that that you would need to switch between the two. But let's first start with installing dependencies. Is this still working? Yeah, this is back. So now let's kill the server and let's install yarn add. Oh, why does it look so weird? Clear that. Yarn add Firebase admin. That's what we're going to need in order to get access to Firestore. Yeah, that should be it. Put it in the server. And now let's look over here. So we need to import a couple things. So we start with Firestore, and the way that Firebase imports is kind of annoying. You have to do like this as admin from, I mean, you can make up any name, but then this is important, Firebase admin. There you go. And now we also want to import the JSON file that we have over there. Now let me first check tsconfig if I'm allowed to do that. Resolve JSON module true. This needs to be on true for this to work, right? Enable importing JSON files. That's what we need. So then we can import our file. Let's call it service from the development. Actually, we are on the same level now. We don't even have a source. So it's just this. Good. We have the service. And now we can run our code to initialize the app. So I'm just going to call it Firestore. That's our database. So we're going to go with admin, and I want to initialize it. What was it again? Initialize app. And that you have to give an object with credential. So here I want to give credentials. However, there's two different credentials I want to give. So normally I want to give something called application default, which would be part of the normal runtime Google Cloud Run. But now, because I don't run in production, I want to do the service account. So I need to check the the node environment. And if it is production, I'm going to do something else. And we know that this is production, by the way, because of our Docker file. Oh, it's not here right now, but this is also a common thing is to set the node env on production when you're doing deployment. So even if you're not doing specifically my Docker file and my way, node env is probably still going to be production, but you should of course check, right? You can also just always use the application default and configure your own development computer to work with it. Let's see. So we have production. We need the credential application default, and else, this is the great thing. If we don't want to use the application default, we just use the credentials, our own certificate. No, not admin credential cert. And then we can fill in our service. However, when we do this, it's going to say, hey, wait a minute. We don't know if this is a service account or whatever. It's going to complain about that. So we're just going to say like, hey man, you are a admin.service account. There, like we force it. We say, don't worry, you are. I can just tell you that you are there. And now we have our Firestore. That's how easy it is to connect the database. Now, how do you then actually store something? It's not much more difficult. You have to go, so let's see. Here we have the body. That's what we want to save. So we do, first of all, it's in a wait because it's an asynchronous operation, right? We need to wait while it happens. Firestore, we have a document. We're going to call it, what do we have as configuration in our API? Let me check this. It doesn't actually matter. I can make up anything. So in this case, I'll say contact. I hope that's also what I had on the other side. Now we need to generate an ID. For that, I generally use nano ID. So we can say yarn add nano ID. It's like nano ID. I think it's like generates. Let me verify that I'm not. Oh, okay. You just import it like that. Oh, easy. Even better. So do it like that. Sort this stuff like this. Clean, clean, clean. Now, here we want to give a nano ID, so we know that it's always unique. So again, you can always assume that this is unique, because that's basically literally what this thing does. 21 symbols, and you have a very low probability of collision. Collision meaning that you generate the same thing twice. It's literally, I always say it's practically impossible, right? You can make it even more impossible, but it is already practically impossible. This doesn't happen, so don't worry about it. What's this? Property doc doesn't exist on app. What? Did I not initialize this correctly? Oh, I don't think I did. I only initialized the app, but I have to Firestore. I have to get the Firestore out of it. My bad. So initializing the app, getting Firestore out of it. That's it. Good. So now await Firestore doc contact nano ID. So now we created a unique ID. Although sometimes I'd like to reuse these things. So let's say it's an ID here. We create it here. Const ID is this. And then we have to now store something. So that we call it set. And set can be used for updating or for setting. So we have the message, we know the message we want to set because it's specifically, well, we have to deconstruct the body for it. But let's test it. So we say we know that we want name. So I'm going to explicitly define each one of them to make sure that I don't get nonsense in my database, even though it would be fine if there was nonsense in our database, but okay. I'm just going to make it a bit cleaner. I'm going to say name, and it always has to be. In fact, I'll just do it like this, where we can force that it's always a string, right? Because we put it like a stringified. So now we always know the type, right? We guarantee that. It's very simple, and it's a bit of a shortcut way of doing it. Name, email, message. Now, by the way, I just want to mention that you have other options you can give. One of the things I often use is merge true, which would basically allow you to update only a part. You can only have to give a couple. If I only gave name, but the contact ID already existed. Actually, contact is a bit of a bad one. It should be message, right? Messages. Yeah, it should be messages. Because it's like a contact sounds like a person. Anyway. But if I now want to do a partial update, I can do that with merge true. But in this case, we know that we're always saving a completely new document. And I like to always put the ID also in the document itself, just as double. So you don't need to do that, right? This path doesn't require that it's also in here. But I'd like to do that in case I want to update it later. What if you have a list of messages and you want to update them? You want to have the ID in the document itself, so you know how to get to the document through the store. But that's just a little common habit. You don't need to do that. Okay, so now I'm storing it in my database, and then I'm saying success true. Easy. Let's go. Let's run this now. Yarn start. Let's see if I haven't made any mistakes. Oh, I did. Nano ID. Didn't I add nano ID properly? Yarn add nano ID. Yeah, I did. Require ESM. What's that? Why would that be needed? Now nano ID 4.0 together with Firebase admin. Let's read that error again because I don't understand it. To a dynamic import. What does that mean? So I'm using import, but I know that when it gets converted, it probably tries to do this, right? So I guess we don't want it to be ES modules in TS config. See, now we have ES. Let's say we say, no, ES6 is your target. You don't have to worry about anything. Is it then happy? Oh. Okay, let's go have a look at what options we have. Set the module system for a program. See modules reference. Very likely you want CommonJS. ES module incorporation. Emit additional JavaScript to easily support to import CommonJS modules. This enables. Let me check the issue with Node Nano ID TSC, because TSC is the thing I use for converting. TypeScript compiler, and then require ESM. Require ESM. What is happening? This is old. What is this nonsense? Let's see, TSC use import. Because I just wanted to use import. Like, why is it trying to do require? Right? I don't like this at all. Why is it using CommonJS? I mean, it's forcing me to compile it and then use require. So one thing I can't, no, I don't think it'll work. We need to either remove this CommonJS module so that we don't specify it. Might be dangerous though. This is one of those side effects for one of those frustrating side effects of using TSC instead of TS Node. I remember I changed that in the last thing. Changed it for a reason, but still frustrating. It was only because we didn't want to use NPX. It was a pretty small thing. But then again, we want the common JS version of Nano ID. Like that's really what we want. It's probably a super simple solution that I'm not aware of. And it's probably even in the error itself. Error, require ESM, require of ES module. is not supported. Instead, change the require in this to a dynamic import, which is available in all CommonJS modules. Well, that's actually interesting. So TSC is changing it to require. Let's see. tsconfig use import. Yeah, this is not the same. TSC don't use don't use require. ES module interoperability. A namespace like import acts as the same as this. A default import acts as the same as that. So we want this to be false. I'm just gonna play around until it works, I guess. Hey, something worked. But now everything else breaks. Everything else breaks. Well, we definitely want that interoperability to be there. Oh, that is frustrating. That didn't help either, so we might as well. Oh, clear. So this is just a case of we want a require version of nano ID. So require nano ID. How to use nano ID. Require this. And I get the message, nano ID is not a function. Okay, so here it says, oh, this is old, 2020. Let's just use a require also here. Const. Is it gonna cry about this or not? Error require. And then change all the nonsense here. We can downgrade nano ID. Yeah, okay. Shit. I don't like that, but oh well. It's kind of strange that they don't allow you to just use require. I mean, come on, nano ID. What are you worried about? Let's say version 3, see what happens. Now we have to first install it again, so let's resolve that. Downgrade nano ID. Let's see if version 3 of nano ID. Yeah, that one was fine. God. I mean, downgrade to version 3, 16 hours ago it was posted. Yeah, I did the same thing. Frustrating. But okay, so be it. We survived, and it's just an ID library. It's a very small. I could have well used some other nonsense, but oh well. It's not that important of a library, to be honest. Okay, so now we finally got there. It took me more time to get my random ID versus installing my entire database, which is kind of funny. But okay, so be it. Now let's go to the index of the server. Double check that everything is good. Contact saves messages and then says true. Good, so let's open it up. I have my code over here. Let's make sure I don't accidentally show anything bad. Cloud run. Nope, that's good. Firestore data. Okay, so let's show what we had over here. We had this unused collection that I no longer want to use, so I'm just going to delete it. Contact. Boom, everything is gone. Now, let's make a new one. Let's see if this actually works. Name, Luke. Email. There we go. Hello, this is my very first message. I hope you receive it. Can you make a blueprint for me on databases? Send. Request failed. All right, well, that's a little problem. Missing or insufficient permissions. I knew. So that thing I added to the service account wasn't enough. Was some service manager. It looked good. I searched for Firestore. It wasn't enough. So let me just go to elevate the permissions a little of this service account, which I really don't want to do, but it leaves me no choice. There we go. So it says that it's a Firebase service account. Just a second. This takes a little bit of time, making sure I know what I'm doing. So the principal would be the API. Blueprints API, that's right. And we want, so yeah, by the way, I think I can show you this. So this is a good thing to show. Like if you're going to add stuff, you're going to go to IAM, and then add a principal, and then you just type the principal that already exists, and then you can add roles and other stuff to it. So I'm going to add something to it. I wonder though, when I search for Firestore, the thing I got is apparently not good, but it's very strange. Rights database. Firebase real-time database admin. Yeah, that looks like what I need. All right, save that. Policy updated. Great. I guess I can make sure it's no longer a service agent. Delete that. Save. So now that API, that key I have, should only be allowed to do real-time database administration. And that's it, nothing more. Actually, it should just work now if I send, right? Do I really have to reconnect or something? Let's see. Missing or insufficient permission still? I don't know how long it takes for this permission to go through it. I thought it would be instant. Oof. Is there any other value I need? Okay, let's just add, for a second, I'm gonna do something that I want to revert later anyway, but I'm gonna do it. I'm just gonna elevate this guy to be literally the owner of everything. Just be a complete, let's say, editor of everything. Yeah, now we can edit anything anywhere. Policy updated. Then it's definitely a case of some kind of caching, perhaps. Wow, that is frustrating. Permission denied. So we need to verify that this service account is being correctly imported. But I would imagine it would throw an error if it wasn't. NodeEnv is definitely not production. That would be a bit troll. Let's double check that. Undefined. That's good, because if it's undefined, it should use the cert, right? That's the goal. How can it have insufficient permissions when I literally give it everything? Or I might have to just, because I just changed the permissions, I might have to afterwards then, yeah, I have to probably replace the key. I didn't know about that. I thought it was okay to use the same key and just add and remove permissions, but it's good. I will remove the editor role, so it's only a real-time database editor now. And then move this over here and very quickly update my key. I always don't like it when I lose too much time in configuration of stuff that is not actual programming, you know, but it's part of it. And yeah, like credit card management, some DevOps, it's all part of the game, and it's better to just take it seriously. So let's take a look at the keys. We have one key that was active. I'm going to kill it now, kill the key, and create a new key. Let's see if that works better. And then I'm gonna put that key in a very secure place. Paste it here. Yeah, I know you can't see it right now. I'm just doing that to make sure that that I don't accidentally show anything I don't want to show. There we go. We replaced the key. Now we definitely want to restart the server. Okay. Kill this, restart it, send. All this work and I get nowhere. Ah, that is frustrating. Why wouldn't we have all the permissions? Maybe I want to try to find out how to do it without a service account like this and to just be signed in to my service account using the CLI. Because let's see, Google service or Google Cloud CLI, and then I want to get my service account, or I want to get application default. Let's see if it knows initialize the G-Cloud CLI. Like how can I do it for development? Development. Google Cloud out application default. I don't want to do it. I want to have an API key, a development key with specific permissions that's able to do this. It can't be that hard. Let me take a look at the actual key and see if I can see any information inside there I need to know. Oh, it's just a key. I don't need to replace it. It's just a key. Yeah, I was being too difficult trying to replace it and looking for permissions. I don't think that's needed. All I can think about right now, what I keep thinking about all the time, is that this is some kind of caching thing, because I used to not have the right permissions. I updated it, but no, it keeps giving me this. So let's say missing or insufficient permissions. Firestore. Database rules. Change allow read write if false to true. Ah, come on. This is nonsense. We don't want to change it there. Absolutely not. I've never had this error thrown, so that's what I don't understand. Ah, this is nonsense, guys. Oh, we'll get there. I've had worse bugs. Missing or insufficient permissions. So this service account, which is real, let's see if we can change some stuff here again. Permissions, principals with access to this service account. Bunch of principals, including myself. Service account, Firebase management service agent. What can we do? What can we do? We can again make you an editor, just temporarily. But this didn't change much last time. And replacing the key seems useless because there's no information relating to the permission specifically. Service accounts, service accounts. There's also an App Engine default service account I could try to use. There's no keys right now. There's also Firebase Admin SDK service account. It's pretty interesting. I guess I can install those as well. Just get the keys from that. Yeah, why not? Let's create some new keys. Replace my key once again. But this time with a key that should already be in use by Firebase itself to update my stuff. So using the same key for development, it's not the best, but just a second. I know I can't show you right now. Replacing keys is always frustrating. This is why doing this on stream is a little bit cumbersome, but yeah. You're just gonna have to look at a boring screen. Okay, replacing my old key with my new key. And then starting again. Now, if again the permissions aren't right, then I really don't understand. Yes. Okay. So there was an issue with my permissions. I haven't given the right permissions, even though I thought I did. But when I guess I can now look at exactly which permissions were given to this other service account I now used. So what I did now is I used the service account that was already generated when I made the database initially. So that's really nice. Now let's have a look now. So let's ignore this. We've updated. Let me just actually delete the entire older Blueprints API service account because I'm never going to use it again. Delete that. Yeah. Let's go. Okay, you can go away. We just have the default Firebase one. And then we can go to Firestore itself and have a look. There it is. Yeah, this is fine. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. That was the first step, right? We're saving our stuff in our database. Yeah. I guess now the interesting thing is you want to see that people have left this message. Now, maybe normally you wouldn't, right? Normally a contact form is just that, but perhaps you want like an admin. We haven't done any authentication or anything, but let's just say every message you send is going to be public, and it's going to be immediately shown here onto the right. Of course, when I say public, I mean the API will make it public, but this API I'm hosting is not hosted publicly, so no one can actually read your database unless you make that unless you make the API public. And you wouldn't do that because normally you would also add an account system in front of it, which sounds way harder than what it actually is. But let's do it. Let's first of all, let's also show again a real-time demo, right? So we refresh the page. We say this is another one. This comes from Bob, and Bob at apexsoftwareengineering.com. I am a fictitious person requesting contact for no reason other than to show that the software works. Send that in, boom, and in real time we get it over here. Bob. Perfect. So now you can see we're starting to save messages in our database from our website, and the flow is super simple, right? I mean, not super simple. Oh shit, I accidentally have my work editor open. The flow is super simple. We have a contact over here where we write the front end with Bootstrap with some forms, prevent the default on the submit, then contact, that's from a hook, right? We save stuff here, we put it in our Redux store with dispatching and reading it with the selector, right? So here's the selector, here's the dispatch. These two hooks work together, and this gives you the read, this gives you the write. This puts our stuff, our data, in a state over here, right? So whenever you type something, it stands here. And then later, when you want to execute the submit, that executes because we have a button with type submit over here, right? So if I click that, the form submits, and if the form submits, this fires. Make sure it prevents the default, then go to contact. Contact is in the hook of use API. It's literally the only thing that's inside of here. Let's make it a bit bigger so you can actually see. We have an abort controller. It's not really needed anyway. It doesn't matter. We have a use selector here too. So we get the data out, name, email, and message, right? We shove that into our function here so that when it fires, it can send the name, email, and message stringified to the API, to the contact endpoint, post, cross origin, right? And we have a React app API URL, which is defined in the end file to localhost 8080 right now. So that's how we connect. And then let's see, now the HTTP request goes through. This is our server. We have initialized a Firestore database. We've included a development key in order to get access to that database. We also have nano ID to generate an ID. We downgraded this one so that this works. Kind of funny, but okay. Now we have here this is the HTTP handler. At the bottom we create a server listen to port 8080. So here comes your request, right? Comes through. We get data, meaning we get the JSON data, and we're gathering it up. Every time there's a data request, we add it up to all the chunks. When we get all the chunks together, we parse it as JSON. So now we know what we need to store, right? We say allow origin, you're allowed to talk to us. Okay, okay, okay. Options is different, go away. And then here we get the result, right? That's it. If the result is not null, if it is something, then we will do 200. If it's nothing, if there's any false or null, then we will do a 401. So now we have here get result. We know the URL it came in on and the body as JSON, as a JSON object, and we can return an object or null, right? So then all I check for right now is are we contact? Then I generate an ID. And I shove all the data that we received immediately into the database. That's it. Firestore doc set. Super easy. So now we might want to get document contact, but now we want to read the messages, right? That's the next one. So let's do that. Let's say if I have the index of messages, then I want to go read. I want to go read from the Firebase. So, ooh, how do we do that again? Oh, I don't know this one. Firestore. I think it's called Query. Firestore Query. NodeJS. I just want a basic one. Actually, let's go to the official documentation. Should be fine. Select Node.js. So here it's setting some stuff. We already did that. We have the collection over here. That's great. But now we want to do a query. Yes. Ah, there you go. Actually, I think it's enough to just say collections. We don't need to further specify. But how do we execute it? There. Get. So we just need the DB. Let's do that, right? We have the Firestore doc. But instead we do firestore.collection. Collection is going to be messages. Oh, messages. And then say get. Huh, that is pretty easy. And this is a snapshot. And we have to await it, yes. Why is this highlighting not even nice? Come on, Google, you can have better highlighting than that. Await should be a special keyword. Okay. And then we do a snapshot for each. We get a document back. And that document we're just gonna shove into our result, right? So we can say our result, const result. Now, it would be nice if I actually knew the type. In this case, I'm gonna put it above here. Type message equals, now let's see, it had an ID, which was a string. It had a name, which was a string. It had an email that was a string. And it had a message that was a string. And all of those are 100% always required. And so we can say this result will be a message string. It starts out empty, but for each doc we receive, we push the doc into this thing. I think that's all we need to do, right? Oh, doc data. Oh, God. And since the ID, we don't need to get the doc ID because it's already in the data. That's the advantage here. So we can just say doc data. Do we need to await that? Document data is not assignable. But that is the data. Oh, I mean, sure, if you want to be document data, then you can be document data. Oh, wait. Let's see. Admin Firestore document data. Oh, that's okay. I guess we don't even need a defined message then. That's okay. That cleans things up a little. So let's receive the document data. I don't like that it has to be like this. Can't I just say like, let's see, Firestore. Does this import correctly? Ah, but now I already, that's not cool. And I can't, nah, I can't. But we'll keep it like this. But I don't like, because admin, we needed the initialize app. I guess I could also just, let's try this out, right? Let's say I need initialize app and I need the Firestore. That's it. Then this can be just, I don't need to type admin and I need credential. Because all these dots make me sad. I'd rather have a bunch of imports than so many dots. But now this Firestore here is bad because its name collides. So I'll just call this my database. How about that? That is much nicer. Actually, DB, even better. So that I can now always say DB, DB, and this one is important because now I can say Firestore.document data. That's much better. This is good now, right? I think. It looks fine. Of course, I do want these to be the opposite now. I always like to have sorting there. Great. Yeah, we did it. Great. We got the data, we pushed it. Oh, we still have to return it, of course. Return results. There we go. Let's see if this actually works. So in the front end, if we go to contact, well, this is kind of a separate, this is messages, right? But okay, we can put them in real time in there. That's okay. However, this means I need to, maybe after we save it, we also want to return it instead of success true. No, I'll make it into a separate little hook or a separate little request inside of hook. Yeah, I'll do that. Also, this abort controller, I will remove it. Let me show you. Like, first of all, I will remove the abort controller from the top one because it's not really required anyway. So let's remove it. And I'll keep it on the second one because the second one I do need it on because that one is going to fire twice because of the new React 18 rules. So here I'm going to say read or get messages. Get messages. Contact is a bit of a bad name. Maybe we say save message. All right, save message, get messages. That's good. Now we don't need to do any loading. We don't need to do, we do need to do aborting. And this will be the messages then. But here we don't have a body and we don't have a post. It's only a get. Simplify, simplify. If it's not 200, we will fail. But we don't need to set this. Oh, actually, status doesn't need to be reset, but we can say reading messages failed. Actually, for now, let's just only use that error for the submissions, not for this. And when we get the messages, we just want to shove them in here. So we just say messages results. Actually, messages would be response.json, and we have to await this as well. Await. Yeah, I know that message is not yet defined, but we can do that now. So this is get messages and save message. And now we go to the types and add it to the messages and say that is a email ID string, name string, email string, and this and message string. I should call it maybe body because it's the body of a message, but so be it. A message in a message, I don't like that generally. Actually, yeah, let's update that. Let's update that. Let's call it the body. Let's call it the body. This is way better. So we do need to now everywhere it says message, need to update it. But okay, message. Message. Oh, it's not that many times. We have one here. We have one over here. We have one over here. Here. We do still want to call it that. This is now get save message instead of contact. And contact was a little, save message is much cleaner. Good. And here again, not message, but body. Then we can delete the stuff from our database that we have right now. Because these still have, well, I can also just rename this, I guess. Oh, I can't. Well, then I'll delete you. messages. Cleaned up. Let's make some new body contact. The other one was now body, but the other one was now messages. And this one is still called contact. I guess that is now save message. And this is get messages. Let's go to our API. Save message. And get messages. Right? So important to get the right naming, right? And contact was a bit of a shitty name. So that was a mistake. And then we have to adjust. And messages by default will be an empty array. Very good. So now we need to make sure that when do we load these messages, we will load them immediately at the start. I remember we used to have this whole this is contact, that's fine. We updated that, but now get messages. There we go. That's what we want now. Okay. So now we have the messages here, and there are no messages, so let's test it. Look. Please, can you show me a demo of a contact form with a database? Kind regards, stranger. API request failed. That is unfortunate. Oh, right, we didn't restart our server. We have changed a lot of stuff in there. Maybe that helps. Yep, that helps. So now let's see if it arrived in our database. We do have to refresh this because I just deleted the entire collection. There it is. It did arrive and we have email ID. Oh, but body is empty. So even though I typed something in there, so we have to verify somewhere in my code, something is still being called message. Message. Capital sensitive. Here, messages. No, that's fine. Message. Now I'll call this the body as well, but it doesn't matter. This one is not irrelevant. So it's still kind of strange that it didn't work. Oh, here. Yeah, of course, the API. API was still saving it under the wrong value. So my bad. Let's try it again. And also, let's delete this particular document and try it again. Refresh this. Look. Can you show me a demo on databases? Sent. Yep, it's in there. And now we have some body and email ID and name. Perfect. But now if I refresh, what I want to see is I want to see it here. Yes, there we see it. So right now it only happens on refresh, but obviously that's what we want to fix now, that automatically as soon as we use this save message at the end of save message, if it succeeded, then we're going to automatically also say get messages. In fact, let's even wait for this, right? Because I want to still keep loading while I do the get request too. Of course, you could combine these two, right? Not a problem. You could automatically return it as well, but this keeps the code maybe a little cleaner on the back end. But I guess it's worse because it takes just longer, right? but okay, I don't mind. This is just a little demo, and it's a very tiny optimization. One extra request, people can just wait, not a problem. Yeah, now of course we have to define them in the opposite order, because I'm using one and the other. So there you go, that's better. So now we want to also show these in the contact page. Then we say, okay, we have a new messages. And there we go over messages, which we still need to import from the state messages. Messages.map. So now for every message, we want to do a div class name equals message. And of course the key is the ID. Also, I'm going to deconstruct this because I know there should be an ID in there, an email, a name, email, and body. And so let's show all of that. Let's say the strong is the name. Then maybe I would be the email, and P would be the body. That allows us to style it a bit better, and we don't need to show the ID in the interface at all. There we go. Luke, can you show me demo on databases? Great. So now we have message here, which is great, and we can go, actually, let's remove this. No need for spaces. And now we go to contact, and we say, great, we need some more distance above the second H1. Actually, in this case, I feel like it's completely fine just to add a couple BRs. It's not the most efficient way, so be it. I don't mind that much. It's the same thing. Message. Now we want a border. Oh, this is interesting. So I guess we want a border bottom always of 1 pixel solid. Now let's say RGBA dark 0.2, the same one we had above there, the same one that we have here on the menu. But now we say if you are the last of type, then we do the border bottom. It doesn't exist, right? Because that's fine. Now only when we have multiple messages does that show. So for now we'll just continue. We also want a display flex and flex direction column. There we go. Now this is much nicer. Luke writes that, right? Super nice. And then maybe I also want to, let's see, I want to, the paragraph, I want that one to have a bit of padding, at least on top, maybe a little bit of rems. And then also, actually, I want to also have a padding all around, but then I need a background. Let's say I want black, but like a tiny or dark. Or no, actually, I don't want dark. I want like a really strange version of primary that is like super light. Like I'm talking real light. Yeah, that's pretty light. Actually, we can do even a bit more. Ah, that's already too much, actually. This is enough. And now let's add a 0.5 RAM everywhere. See, that looks a bit more like a quoted, nice little quote area. Border radius we can put on like 5 pixels, get a nice little rounding. And also I think I want the the align items to be flex start, because then it shouldn't be as long. Yeah, see, then you get this. That is nice. So a little message, right? It still feels a little cramped. So a bit of margin top might help resolve the cramping. Just a tiny bit, just like a little. What? I don't see anything. I guess that should be enough. Let's see what happens if I send a second message, right? This is from Bob. Bob at Apex Software Engineering is going to write a message again. He's going to say like, I really enjoyed your blueprint for databases. Thank you for the stream. Thanks, Bob. What a good guy. So this is still a bit fucked. Let's say we put some padding on the messages to resolve this. There, a little bit of padding. Oh, I think actually padding all around might be nice. Yeah, that's nice. And then maybe we should also add a little background here, but even lighter. Oh God, I'm a horrible designer, by the way. Like never, I'm a developer, not a designer. Let that be obvious. But still, see, we're getting somewhere. There is still quite a lot of space between the top and the bottom. I guess H1's margin bottom 2, we can make that 1. That's fine. And actually, I also think that maybe this entire thing, having 3 rem, is a little excessive. 1 rem, maybe 2 rem is enough. So be it. But yeah, now you get this whole thing. We can send, we can read, and of course, you would now need to get an account system to go over the databases in order to protect the read all messages for only admins, for instance, right? That's kind of important. And then when we refresh, the messages load immediately. I do think that there might be, we need some margin as well between the messages. Because there's absolutely no margin right now. So we say margin bottom is also 0.5 rem. Yeah, now we get these little... Do we even need the margin bottom then? I guess yes, but we want it always, and we just want the margin bottom to be 0. Like now it's kind of nicer, I guess. You get these blocks. Yeah, well, you can of course mess around with this all you want. Yeah. I think this is a good demo for databases. We have read, we have write. Let's look at the API again. We wrote, let's see, we wrote a bunch of files. It actually is pretty limited still, which is great. Server. Yep, really clean. Save, get, good naming. Service account, showed a little bit of that, which was good. See how easy it is. All right, let's say we're going to save this. Feed Firestore database implementation. And publish the branch. And now we want to go to main and add the database branch. That's going to crash now, I guess. Oh, that's fine. But we want to go to the README and add. So we added Bootstrap, and now we add database. Database. And then we say something like read and write to Google Firestore database. Let's see if this works. If I follow this, do I get to the right thing? Yes. Perfect. Another blueprint ready to go. And of course, as you can see, there is no actual, like if you download this and try to run it, it wouldn't work because it's missing a Google Service account.json. Right, so that's of course important to realize. In fact, maybe I should add a comment that people have to download this or download the key from Google Cloud, from Google Cloud's Google Cloud, yeah, just it. So let's say we go back to databases. Oh shit! Now the Google Service account needs to be added to the git ignore. Oof, that is scary. Google Service account dot JSON. Yeah, there you go. Git ignore updated. So fix update readme, or sorry, that's a chore. Chore. Now let's see, if I go to database, I do want to in the index of the server. Oh, by the way. Oh no, never mind. Sorry. So now we want to say this will fail, right? Download a service account. You can download this from Google Cloud Store, Google Clouds. What do you call it? Let me verify this real quick. You can download it from IAM and admin, and then service accounts. And then specifically, you're looking for the Firebase. Firebase admin SDK. That's the name. Admin SDK is one word. And then you have to go to keys, create key. Or add key. That's what it's called. Add key. Yeah. This can be a capital. So I think this is a clear explanation after creating your Firestore. Yeah, that's fine. Wonderful. This is a much better explanation. I hope people who don't follow the entire stream, which will probably be almost everyone, like these streams are really just complementary. I hope that my code can speak most words. Fix add comment to enable add comments for service accounts. That's enough. Link that. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I mean, at one point I'm going to do an entire piece about account systems and how to set those up. I mean, we can just make a very good blueprint for that. We have a database now. We've gone over Bootstrap, the hosting, WebSockets, CRUD, which is simple post. We did a chat. CRUD is also yeah, CRUD is the WebSocket. Actually, wait a minute. Yeah, I did CRUD. CRUD is also with automatic posts on that one, but it doesn't read dynamically. That's the real-time version of WebSocket that does the reading, but the saving does happen in real time, so to speak, in CRUD. But chat is only with a single post. these two are kind of comparable, I would say. I mean, this one is much simpler than this one, which is good, right? You want to start very simple. This is literally nothing except a implementation of a simple library for doing some scrolling animations. But it can make your website a lot nicer, so that's why I did want to do it. All right. And then the main, of course, is just a get request. It's not even a post, it's just a checklist and a get request to get the tasks. Straightforward. So, yeah, let's see. Am I gonna continue even longer? Normally I try to go for the 4 hours, I guess. Still have 1.5 hours to go. But then again, I did add Bootstrap and database, which were two, I think, oh yeah, right. I actually want to do something else as well. This is a version of it. I guess I just want to add this on top of everything else, on top of the database. So again, I'm going to just branch off it and keep going, because now I want to do the Slack integration, not the full integration that you can actually write back. Oh, in 1.5 hours, I could actually do that as well. Ooh, that is kind of fun to do. That is definitely fun. Let me get a coffee. Let me get a coffee. Let me get a coffee first, because it's been a whole time, 2.5 hours with no coffee. Or at least I still. Oh. I do have coffee. Nice. Slack integration. So Slack integration is very easy. The thing is, I need to create a new Slack account. I'm wondering if it's free. Let me see. Because Slack Pro you need to pay, of course. But and if I open Slack now here, I don't really want to do that. Cancel. Do I still have my workspace? Let's create a new workspace for a continue with Google. Hey, I still have a workspace. I called it just Luke. I don't like that. Let's create a workspace. So yeah, I'm just going to app and I'm creating a new workspace. I don't need to show you, I guess. I'm doing it on my personal Google account. Okay, next. I'll skip that step. Software. What do you email most? Who do you email most about software? What? Skip this step. Skip. I don't want to invite anybody. Cancel. Open Slack in my browser. Good. All right. So let's go. Good. I guess I can show this. So here we go. We have a new Slack channel. Ah, fuck! It created software as a channel. Now the useless channels already immediately start. Doesn't matter. Okay, so we have a new channel. Now I need to see if I can go to the let's see if I go here, Apex Blueprints, and I go something to settings, manage apps. That's it. So I have my new workspace. Oh, why is it called new workspace? It should be called Apex Blueprints. What? Apex Blueprints. Weird. Okay, so be it. It seems to be fine. Let's see. We want to do a custom integration, I guess. Oh, yeah. No. I want to use apps, but it's a custom app. Installed apps. Maybe here I can click on create. No. Guys, how can I add my new? App management settings? This doesn't look. Oh, build. Of course, I need to go to build, right? Yeah, API.Slack. Yes. Create an app. Yes. I'd like to create one from scratch. So now I'm going to create an app. Let's say, let's call this my messages or my website bot. Or, I mean, this is the bot that writes, right? So it's a visitor, right? Someone visits the website, writes this message, so it is a visitor, right? Then I want to make this in Apex blueprints. Ah, nice, good that it gave me that option. And now create that app. Perfect. Super simple to do, by the way. So now, like if you only want to send messages to it, which in this case we're going to do, right? We're only going to send, then you just do incoming webhook, right? That's it. Bam. Click on it, activate it. Bob's your uncle. Now, we do need to add it, and that's going to reveal a URL which is public. So I don't want to do that because that's normally something. Actually, I'm going to have to write that code anyway. So let's just not. It's fine if it shows here. I mean, it allows you to spam my workspace. If you want to do that, that's fine. Hey, we got a actual viewer. If you want a specific blueprint, new viewer, then just ask for it and I can work on it. I write code, right? So, and I have a bunch of blueprints already. Main, scroll, chat, WebSocket, hosting, Bootstrap, database, and now I'm showing how to do a Slack integration. So Slack integration, we're just going to be writing messages to Slack. So we're going to add a new thing. Here we go. Let's put it in my software channel, or no, my general channel. That's it. So we're going to allow this app to make posts. Here we get the URL. And now it's very easy. We just fetch to this, right? And they even give you the perfect example what you should, that you can just send JSON. Right, so actually let's copy this whole thing and then we just have to rewrite it to Node.js and then we're done. Very simple. So step one is that we start a new branch, create a new branch. We can start from database, that's okay, and then do a Slack integration. Boom, Slack. So we have a new channel. Now the integration doesn't require any specific library really. The only thing we want is fetch. I guess we call that node fetch nowadays. I definitely want to close that stuff. Just a second. Firebase. Okay, sorry. Let's continue. Where were we? We're gonna do webhook URL, so we need fetch. Yes. And this is my wrong account, isn't it? I want to get my other one. There we go. So we want to do node fetch. There it is. Very simple. Node fetch. Because we get the fetch API in Node.js, which is a nice API, and I want to keep using the same kinds of APIs for making requests, both in the front end and the back end. Front end, it's already automated, right? You don't need to include it. It's automatically there. Yeah. But for backend, we need to install something like this. So we're going to be writing this over here. Whenever someone saves a message, we'll save it in the database. And we will then try. Again, this can fail, so we'll put it in a try catch to make sure, because this is kind of an optional thing. we will try to do this, right? So we know the information. We want to do a post. We know that the content type has to be application JSON. We know that the body has to contain this JSON stuff, and this is the URL we want to post to, right? So knowing this information, we can just add node fetch, yarn add node fetch, and then we can start fetching that. And we've already written multiple fetches on the front end here, for instance, right? So we can literally just take this one, thank you very much, and put it over here. And then all we do is just import fetch from node fetch, I guess. Let's double check if we did nothing wrong. It could be the case. Method course is not needed anymore. Credentials include is not needed here. And also this, of course, has to change because it's supposed to say text. And then it has to create text. Now, we have the name, email, and body, and we kind of want to show all of that. Let's do it like this, where we do... This is the message we want to save. Const message. That's actually a bit of a cumbersome way to do it. Const name equals, and we can put that equal to this. I mean, it's not, I'm just figuring out how to get the most beautiful code here. And I think what's very nice, even though this does look a little repetitive, and that's generally not right, I actually think it is right because it allows you to clean up the rest of the code so much that you only have to say the keys of what you want to save. Can't this even go just, you know, just in a row? Should be fine. Oh. Okay, yeah, it's crying because of body being reused. Oh, that's horrible. Because I called it body and body. Yeah, of course. So calling it content, I guess, or just renaming this guy. But this is definitely the body of what you get sent. And now we're determining the body of the message. So I guess we can call it message body. I don't like using two words. Let's call content. Body. Oh no. Actually, we have no way around body, and it's okay. You know what? We're gonna change this. This is gonna be our this is what we get, right? The post data we get. Calling it data is such a bad data. Yeah, we're gonna call it data. That's it. It is not beautiful. We're not gonna talk about what I've just done, but it happens. So the post is done. We forgot to add the headers. At least normally I don't add that because my software always assumes that application JSON is how you send and receive things. Content type. There, we do it exactly. Sometimes this capitalization changes, but I'm just following exactly to the letter what I get from Slack, what they want me to do. So now they want me to write text, and now I can use this beautiful, so name, and then email. Oh, email. And they wrote to me body, right? That's great text. And then I have to make the request to this one. So let's replace that with this. And then we've created our first hook. I guess, do we need to wait? I think I'm just going to fire and forget it, right, for now, because I want to show a simple demo where we just do a catch. Okay, if something went wrong, we say Slack error and then E. Nice, good. So now we fetched it, we renamed this. It should all work, unless I forgot how to do fetch. Import fetch. Oh, I do like to do like this. Oh, I did that, right? Import fetch, node fetch, yes. Let's see, I've seen something go wrong with this before, but let's see. Nope. Require ES module. Yeah, it's another one of those situations where I think we need to downgrade. We need to downgrade again because it wants to do import. I don't want to use that. I want to use a version of fetch that is happy with me requiring it. So we're just going to do this. A downgrade to version 2. The spec should be identical, so it's completely fine. Let's see if this helps. What is going on? Could not find declaration. Well, yes, but is that a problem? Why would you? Let's see. Let's see if it really. I hope there's a typed language for this one. You don't always get that. Oh, okay. Let's see. Yarn start. We're happy. We are very happy. Good. Where were we? We have the demo now. Oh, I have too many tabs open. This is where we did our demo. We have 2 messages in our database. Everything is running. I guess on the other side now, I want to show you my Slack channel. Yes. Here's my Slack channel. The general chat is where visitor is already an app, as you can see. It added to my got added to my workspace. So now I say this is well, we have Luke, we have Bob, Alice, right? Alice and Bob. Alice at apexsoftwareengineering.com. Hi Luke, could you show me a blueprint for Slack integration? Send that. There it is. Our visitor just sent, hey Luke, could you send me Slack integration? Right? And this is really nice because now, you know, of course you can also configure an email client, right? I would actually recommend using like SendGrid for that. Twilio SendGrid is a great email client. So you could always make people send emails. But to me, it's like, I don't use my emails anymore. Like email is like a single channel, very hard to filter. And here you can just make things go to specific channels, right? So you create a channel contact form on the website and you post with a bot to this channel. And Bob's your uncle, right? Everything is good. And then you can form your own messages. It's wonderful. Like I think it's better than email. This kind of integration with read only is very simple to do. Like extremely simple. The difficult thing is if I now go and write back, how is it even possible to write back? I mean, it is, but it is complicated. It is super complicated. I mean, you would have to have a WebSocket first of all, because, or you need to at least poll for a user ID, but users don't have an ID, so you can generate a temporary ID. But it's just, it's frustrating. But we can look at it. Look, we have the Slack API here. Sorry. So we have the API here. We have the webhooks. That's what we did just now. And if you really want to be able to respond, you would need to go into, let's see. Oh, actually, first of all, let me also give a nice icon to my... let me put myself there. Ah, shit, it's not happy. I can put the logo here, I guess. 512. I don't have anything that's that big. Why does it have to be that big? It's a small little logo. I guess I just pick anything. Oh, it has to be square. The requirements are killing me. Never mind. I don't need to use it. App name is visitor. You can fix it all here. But now, let's see. Now we have the features and functionality. We did an incoming webhook, but we would need to do some other stuff now. We would need to, we can of course do slash commands or some difficult, but we want to be able to send messages back. So that means we want those events on the in the Slack channel. We want to catch those. So I think you would need to enable events, and then you can be subscribed to events inside of Slack. That's how you would do it. Let's do it and see how it works. So request URL will send an HTTP post request to this URL when the event occurs, and as soon as I enter URL, we'll send this. The problem is we're not on a URL right now, right? We now I know they used to do this thing where they allowed you to do localhost WebSocket instead, but I don't see that right now. But I have another solution that people might really want to enjoy. But I forgot the name of that solution. It's called like a reverse proxy. Reverse proxy. There was like a famous. Oh, I need to remember it. It was a famous service that a lot of people could use. It was really nice. Forward proxy. Some kind of proxy service. I need to go find this for sure. Localhost URL forwards. I'll find it. It just takes a little bit of time. In fact, I'll just use this browser for it. So it was something like, it was a service to redirect your traffic to your local host. Redirect to... Oh, by the way, my fans are still operating on max level. Let me just relax those a bit. Oh man, I wish I knew this service. I wish I remembered it. Redirect to... It's like a redirect it was a service. Oh, service. There is a name for it as well. Online server service redirect localhost or proxy localhost. I think proxy is again the name you really want. Ngrok, that's the one. Finally. Jesus. All right. Serve web apps with one command. Ngrok is a programmable network edge that adds connectivity. Whatever. It sounds horrible. What this is? Globally distributed reverse proxy. I knew it was reverse proxy. Anyway, so this is really useful for if we want to configure this stuff. Because look, they say, hey, we want a URL and then it needs to be publicly available, but you want to receive it in your local host, right? While you're testing. Now, this is a way to do it, right? And you can see that huge companies are using this service and it's great. So, and I think I can even just sign in still. I might still have an account. But then I need to go and do that with my other browser. Oh, Ngrok. I'm happy that I still got there in the end. So let's see if I can just log in with my existing. Do you want to create Ngrok account? Yes. I didn't know I didn't have an account. Oh, I do have it. Well then. Oh, then I forgot my password. Just a second. But then I should be able to log in with Google. I mean, why would it complain? Like if I log in with Google and it says there is an email address that already exists, oh, then I probably didn't create it with Google the last time. Ah, okay. I forgot my password. This is my email. Please, palm trees. Yep, recover passwords. Just a second. Oh, okay. Now it tells me that I didn't have a password. I logged in with GitHub last time. Oh, perfect. So logging in with GitHub. Nice. Now I am on my dashboard. Great. So now we get this set up over here. Download for Windows. Thank you, Windows. An executable. Ah, okay. Yeah, of course. We need to run this. We need to run this locally. So for now, where shall I put it? I'll actually just put it in my source code, but I'll just put it on the git ignore so that it doesn't. Oh, but then again, between the different branches, then it'll subtly try to upload it. Okay, that's not a good plan. So let me. I should just add it to my path. I should add it in a nice place and add it to the path. Yeah. I should do that. What is a good place to add as a path? Sorry, this just takes a couple seconds while I set this up. And grok. Just set up the local environment a little better. Then go to my environment variables and simply add it to the path. Create a new path for ngrok. All right. Okay. Perfect. So we've done it. Now we need to configure this. Oh shit, I'm gonna have to reset this stuff later. This will grant you access to more features. Running tunnels will be listed here. All right, well, unfortunately, showing this, of course, is a bit of an issue. And I'm gonna have to reset my token. Oh, I can here see that there's an out token. Because I'll have to change that later. And good luck trying to get this from the screen. Then again, if you can reverse proxy to my machine, it's only gonna be a limited functionality on that. So let's add a new thing. I don't know if ngrok actually works now. Let's see if this works. No, okay. Then it's because I would have to restart. I would have to restart my editor. In this case, actually, what I'll do is I'll just start a separate terminal. Command prompts. Shove it in here. There, it's saved. I'm gonna have to reset this soon, but that's okay. Let's not forget that at the end of the stream. Fire it up. So now I can port to 80, but actually I want to port to 8080 because that's where my server is, right? So I do that, and then I see this. So I type that command with 8080 instead of 80. Now I see that I'm on the free plan, and everything that's going web interface is here, okay. But the forwarding is happening from this to that, right? That's exactly what I needed. So now I can just continue with my development with Slack, and I don't have to worry about that I'm not on a server. So this is a great situation for development cases or cases where, actually, this is even a great way to show somebody your website. You can actually forward port the other port as well, your normal website, and then that will work. However, remember that if it then tries to connect to the server, that server needs to have a separate URL because you have two environments, one for the front end, one for the back end. So just remember that. My visitor is still here. He's a persistent visitor, but not writing. Anyway, good to have you here. Let's see. What does this web interface actually show? I'm curious. No request displayed. Oh, that's fine. So now we can go and configure this because Slack asked for something specific, I remember. Where is Slack? Where do we have Slack? Here we have Slack. Let's actually shove this all into this one. So let's see. It says Slack action endpoint, yes. And so this is where I receive my Slack messages, right? So I'm gonna say go to my blueprints over here, close this, go to my server over here, and then we need to start. How do we call it? That's the next question. We have to return. What do we have to return? As soon as you enter, it will request with a challenge parameter. You must respond with the challenge value. All right, what is the challenge value? Right, this event's inner event. It's gonna similar to this. So you get a token, a challenge, and a type, and you must give back. Oh no, you must give back content type text plain. I already put it on JSON actually. I hope I can overwrite that. I think I can. So, but you can see exactly what you need to do, right? We need to return 200 OK, which is the default, but we just need to rewrite the, I mean, it's not the default, I can write it, but say a response. So, oh, wait, I don't have it in here. I don't do response. And I also definitely don't do content type text plain. That is something I've never done before. And this is not, so let's create our get result function over here. Maybe we should have a third argument. No, that's nonsense. It's not because it's about the return value. Yeah, okay. So unfortunately, get result we can't program it in here. Okay, that's impossible because get result is not made for customizing everything for this request. So we can just do that over here. We can say over here if I guess now we have to check the request URL, right? Or is it just under URL? Yes. Your URL index of Slack equals 0. Then we're just going to handle that completely separately, right? And now we can even do it before we say that the content type is JSON. So we can, because here we say the content type is JSON. That's really only in the case of that's only in the case where it's not Slack, because now we need, for the first time ever, we need to respond with text plain. So great, we'll do that. The only thing is, I see that we haven't even. Do we have the body already? Oh yeah, we have the body. That's great. So we have the body, we have the headers, method, and URL of the request. Now we can respond. We can say response right head 200 and the content type is text plain. Great. And then it wants in the response response end, it just wants to see exactly what it sent under the challenge. Now, body right now is possibly null, so we'll just do something like this, but then challenge doesn't exist on object. Yeah. Fuck off. There we go. So, body challenge, and then that's it. I think that's all we need to do. But this is only for, this is not if your general, this is only for this challenge, right? So we do need to check then, let's see, if the type is URL verification. Let's do that, right? So we say URL is this, and body type equals URL verification. And then we also don't need to worry about body potentially not existing there because we know it always exists. So now we say the URL on that explains like how that works, that event. There you go. So this is just a little bit needed for Slack, that if we're talking to Slack and they do a URL verification, we respond correctly, right? So that's it. And now, from now onwards, we can just continue using our get results and instead. So we can say if URL index of Slack equals 0, we're going to do that, and success true. Of course, the server doesn't care about the response itself. It just wants to see 200, okay. And now we can say console log Slack data, Slack says data. Perfect. So now we have a beautiful piece of code written here. Let's restart the server. We also had, of course, this guy over here. So now I can take this forwarding address and just add /Slack to it. Bam, /Slack. That should be it. That should respond. Oh, we already received it. Wow, it went instant and it verified. See what I mean? This is what's so great about Slack. Now it has verified that we are connected and we can go and build stuff. Now, I don't know what events we are subscribed to. Oh, here, add bot user events. So I just want to see if you write a message or something, right? Channel, member, group left, message. No. A message was posted to a channel. That's it. That's it. Save the changes. You've changed permissions. You have to reinstall your app. Okay, my bad. I'll do that now. General, allow. In fact, let me also delete those other channels. I don't like those other channels. I don't want a random channel. Like leave channel. I wanna change the channel. Why can I only leave it? Delete this channel. Get out. Delete that channel too. Get out. Nice. We have a general channel. That's it. Now we should be subscribed. It did do that. So if I say hi, I want to see it here. Ooh, I don't see it right now. Could be slow. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think there was a problem with me subscribing, maybe. No, that can't be it. I did the general, right? URL index of Slack. Do we see the messages coming in here? No, we don't see it. So it's definitely Slack who's not sending me the message. A message was posted to a channel. Oh, here's socket mode, by the way. Yeah, that's the one that they were talking about before. Receive payloads via WebSockets instead of request URLs. And this is good if you want to... this setting is intended for internal apps that are in development and need to be deployed behind a firewall. It's not intended for widely distributed apps. So you can switch to socket mode. However, it's not the same as what you would do in production. So I actually prefer using ngrok. And ngrok also is useful for other things, right? When you want to share stuff. So I actually think it's better. But socket mode is a great option if you don't want to use ngrok. Just letting you know. I forgot. I knew I said that it was some kind of mode, but I didn't know where it was. But now we know it's right there. So I have to maybe reinstall it or something, because each time you install a webhook URL is created. What do you mean? Is my other thing not working anymore? Let's run the test by refreshing this. Test. test at test. Send that. See if we still get the message in Slack. Yeah, we still get it. So the webhook is still working. But we did install it again just now. I don't really understand why it's not. That is very strange. Because I do think I subscribed to the right information. Event subscriptions, yes. Your app can subscribe, yes. Recent changes. Subscribe message channels. A message was posted to a channel. It seems like I did that, right? But I don't see anything coming in. We see this one. Wow, that's frustrating. Maybe I need to talk directly now. Private channel. Yeah, in case you add the bot to a private channel. I guess we could do that too. So strange, right? Because it's like it should already be sending that. I think I did everything right. Like, why is it being annoying? If I write in this Slack channel test, I should be receiving it here. I don't. It goes to /Slack. So maybe, oh, maybe the type. Let's see. No, we know it didn't come in. We know it didn't come in. Like, that's it. We know. Because then it would be here. Like, we can even clear this. Yeah, it's not important. I have no idea. Message was posted to a channel. Channel's history. When an event occurs, we'll send an HTTP post request to your request URL. The outer payload is uniform. Now, you say that you would do that, but you haven't. Can I hide this? Yeah, I'm just sitting here, like, wondering what to do. Because, see here, it's fine. It sees my request. So this thing is clearly working. It also saw it initially when I connected the app. Right, it saw this one. Wait, why don't I see that one? Okay, it was the same URL, so it was already verified. So then it's not going to be difficult. Let's try adding. So I don't know why that is not working. Maybe there's something wrong with the channel, or maybe there's some bug that I'm really not aware of. I mean, I'm writing in a general chat. It should be picked up. I have no idea what's going on. So what if we just add a new direct message, or I want to write to the private. Oh, can I add this guy to a private group? Visitor. Okay, I can do it. But it has messaging turned off. Sending messages to the app has been turned off. Oh, that's not right. A message is supposed to a private channel, but they should be getting access to that channel then. Let's mention posts that mention me, right? Let's see that. Channel, but this is channel's history. It's also strange. Let's add something else. Let's say channels read or groups read. Channel history changed. Messages. A message was posted in a direct message channel. But a direct message, like I'm not directly messaging them. Because that was turned off. I must be missing something. Oh, my bad. Where were we? Conversations? No. So many events. Message metadata. Man, I just want to read a message. Multi-party direct message channel. Man, they make it very difficult. All right, we saved it again, and we have to reinstall the app again. I'm really wondering whether it's perhaps also that the channel is just not like the general channel is a problem. Let's for now do this little test. Just see if that helps. So here we got the incoming stuff, and now I can again go to my Slack and write some nonsense in the general chat test. And I would like to see that here. Nope. My app seems not working. So what if I just delete this app? All right, let me just, or at least let's remove it. Or let's add it again. General. Oh, maybe it's not added. Visitor. Visitor. No, app. It is already added, right? Integrations. Oh, add an app. Oh my god, that was the answer. Visitor hadn't been added. Oh, I'm so bad. All right, all right. Well, let's change this then, because I really don't care about this app mention. I don't care about the message groups and message IM. Oh, sorry. So let's save those changes. Nice. So we just get the posted in the channel. I just forget that I forgot to add the message. That's all. And now I am getting stuff, right? Or at least I test. Oh, there we go. Finally. Took a while, but we got there. I love it. So we have authorizations, callback, event, message, test. There it is. Great. Oh. So now that we can read messages, we could theoretically also write these messages back to the user. That's a great thing. But now, let's think about this. If we kind of want to, we want to do something where if I write something with like this, when a visitor writes, I want to be able to reply to that thread, right? And then, so that's really the key where I write back. But actually for now, that's super difficult to do. We can also just write messages back in general. I mean, it's not super difficult, guys. I mean, of course. I mean, you can see they have a some kind of ID system for threads. I think it's like the thread something, and then you can just use that. It's not that easy, but it's doable. But for now, I think I just want to write every message I write here goes into messages too. We can do it like that. Very simple. The thing is though, this user, I would like to know their name. And for that, I don't know if I get that name. Like, how do I get the user's name out of this? I'm probably gonna have to do some request or something. Or I can just call it the same. I can say Slack channel, or I can call it admin. Let's just call it admin and take the text. Let's not overcomplicate things. So every time I get a message in, I will check whether. So I want to see the difference because now I don't want to create an infinite loop, right? Where I save messages that I already received from the front end again in the back end. I don't want to do that. So it's interesting. What is blocks? Channel, user. I guess I can filter on myself as a user, and all my messages in this channel will automatically go there, and then not every channel. Okay, I like that. So we can say we get the data. We know that I have to get the user. Let's just get the object out of it first, which we call the event, and it should be inside of. Oh, actually, this is much easier. We can just say user is if data event user equals this. Actually, we can also say if it doesn't equals that, we just return. Right? Now we know that we are dealing with me. I'm writing the message. So in that case, we're going to do the same thing as we normally would do here. We're going to save it in our database. What are we going to save in our database? Well, we're going to have to generate a new ID. So that's just a nano ID. Just create a random ID. Oh, cancel that. Const ID is this. Then the name will be always me. So I know I just connected my user ID. I guess it's a bit of a manual, you know, this relates to that, and I've created that manually. You could keep that record here. You don't need to ask Slack for that. You can just make that connection yourself. And then the email is also going to be hard-coded. My personal email. There you go. And then the body will be the text I just wrote, which was in text. So it was Slack event text. Right. Oh, sorry, this was data. Data event Slack. Yeah, that's the one. So it's not that hard. And then we just save it, and that's it. Great. Why is there an error? Node fetch. Oh, is that? Yeah, I'm not so worried about that. Probably restarting the browser would fix that because I had a TypeScript TypeScript definitions I reinstalled. Good. So now we can type anything in here, and it should go into my database here. That's the opposite way, right? I'm starting to connect things the opposite way. Where was I? I need to go to my Slack. So if I type a message here, I want to see it there. Thank you for your kind messages. There it is. You could see it go past my server and then in here, right? And then now the funny thing is if we look at the website itself and I refresh, then it says thank you for your kind messages. Oh, I just realized that we completely, I need to sort this, of course, right? I need to sort it on time. That's kind of critical. Let's add that feature. Let's add that feature. Because now that I start to respond to things, time might be an important thing. So messages will need to get a time stamp. Yeah, okay. We should just do a new date. So we say created on a new date. Nice. And then we say that over here as well. Not over here, over here. Well, created new date. Now the only thing is when we get that back, we want to do it to JSON. When we read the messages here, the doc data, I think the URL we need to check that. Const message equals this. Console log that message real quick. I'm gonna just check how to convert that message. Okay, but we'll do that in a sec. Now there's also still a console log going on here for Slack. We can turn that off. I'm happy with this. Really tiny bit of code, right? Up and down communication by Slack. Restart that. Hi. We get that message being saved again, hopefully correctly. Oh, I don't see it. Something wrong? Oh, yeah, here it is. So we got a timestamp over here. Now, this is what I'm wondering. If I'm reading, so thank you, we got you right there. If I then refresh this, I should be able to see here what's going on. So there should be one that has created in it here, and it's a timestamp. See, and I don't know what a timestamp type is. Let's check. This comes from Firestore. Firestore timestamp for the JavaScript SDK. We want to convert that. We want to convert it into a normal JSON. Right? Oh, to date. That always works. And to date, we can then yeah. Or is there also a JSON representation? No, there's not. So we can just do to date, right? And out comes a date. So we can do that. We can say, where's my message? We can say push the message, but created, which should always be there. Oh, we don't know if it's there. So then we say, if it is there, then to date. And that to date, we do to JSON. And if it's not there, we just say null. Whatever. That's okay. I think this should solve our problem. Now we don't have to console log it anymore. And now if I check the front end, it should actually, because now I wonder what it did now here. Messages, it had the date as a weird object probably. Where's my object? Created. Yeah, see, it had this weird system, seconds and whatever. But now if I refresh, it should have it as a proper string that I can actually work with. Oh, it crashed instead. That's unfortunate. Message to date is not a function. Oh, I'm stupid. It's message created. But there's definitely a message. We don't know if there's created, but once there is a created to date, it should work. Yeah, this should be fine. Okay. Refresh that. See, now we have a perfect JSON string, which is much more readable and also much easier to interpret. Everything is easier. And now we can do the sorting on the server side too, which is why we did all of this. But now that I have this information, I might as well put it in the front end as well. So let me go to contact and add it as a little bit of information in messages. Created. I could do some weird formatting on it. I don't really feel like doing that. I don't feel like doing that. We're just going to add a small here that has the created in it, and it's just going to show the entire JSON. I feel like that's completely okay. Luke. Then you would need to have a library added, like moment or create date functions. Oh man, I don't want to do that. I don't want to do it. Messages now has a created, which is a string. We're not going to convert it because we want to save it as a string. We don't want to save dates as dates in the state. We want to have it as normal strings, and then we want to maybe convert it to a date object if we want to. But in this case, we're not even going to do that. So now we're going to go to contact CSS and update the small, because by making this position relative, I can make this position absolute. Right is then, what was the padding for this thing again? 1 rem. So the right should be 1 rem, the top should be 1 rem. And I think that should then, see, now we have this nice little, when we have it, we have this information there. And we can even add opacity, no, 0.5. I want you to be kind of a bit hidden. And also we can pop that last guy off. Actually, we don't care about anything after this. So let's pop that off. If created exists, then we do slice. Isn't it substring? Substring. The start and the end. Start will be 0. The end would be what is it? 22? I don't know. Let's check. Oh, close enough. 19. Yeah, I don't care about those either. So let's say 16. Right, that's good. And then also replace the, actually we know that once this goes through that will exist. Replace the T with a space, right? There. It's not actually the correct time. It's the time in UTC. Oh my god. Okay, Luke, you can't. That was the limit. We can't accept it. We have to do moment.js or date functions again. Both are fine, but let's add moments. We're gonna work with dates. We might as well do it properly, right? Add moment. There we go. Format that stuff. Which one do we want? We want like June 10th. I like this one. That's cool. Oh, but I want some time as well. Actually, this is funny. Like how long ago? From now. Yeah, I like this from now. Let's do it from now. So we do moment created from now. Moment created from now. But this is only if there was a created, of course. So we just put that as a requirement around it. There we go. Created now is good. And now we have to import moment. import moment from moment. There we go. Oh, moment is smaller. What's crying? Oh, a moment was already included here. I'm gonna move it there. Okay, yarn starts. This should be good. Now we have a relative time, which is nice, much nicer. And this actually takes, so now it actually knows the real time instead of doing some UTC value or something weird. Because time always has to be translated depending on the computer that's watching. That's the important thing about time, right? So you can't never use a string and directly show it because it always needs that conversion factor to a real time. But now you can see 8 minutes ago, and that's beautiful. That's what you need. Now we can also now go to the database and just clean out the other stuff because I want to only keep things that have created in them. Let me just delete them one by one. I have time. Delete the document, delete the document, delete the document. There we go. So now we only have this one left. Actually, hi. Yeah. Sure, we can keep the hi. If we now refresh this. Now, lastly, before I end with this, I want to make this thing, because it's Slack is now in, and I don't have a WebSocket in this right now, I'm just going to make it poll. It's an easy solution, and I'm fine with it. Get messages right now fires only once, but we're going to say that we're also going to want an interval where use interval, set interval, my bad. Set interval gets messages every 5 seconds. I mean, who am I kidding? I can read as often as fast as I want. I can do every 2 seconds. But now we need to make sure that we clean up afterwards, that we clear the interval. Right? If you're going to start a loop, you're going to have to end the loop. So that's it. And now we constantly load messages. So let's refresh. Now we should be able to constantly see that messages are being loaded in. Say get messages, get messages, get messages all the time. The beautiful thing now is if I write something, oh, there isn't a board controller though, meaning that if it takes more than 2 seconds for one request to go through, the other one is cancelled. But that's okay. 2 seconds is too long. If your internet is slower than 2 seconds, then fuck off. All right, so my name is Visitor. And then actually I'm gonna call myself Bob. Bob at Apex Software Engineering. So can you show a demo showing Slack event integration? Send. Boom. And now if I respond over here, I haven't sorted yet. Okay, so hey, can you show a demo? And then I say, of course, Bob. It's coming right up. There you go. But now the sorting isn't right. All right. So we got to fix the sorting. And that's the last thing we need to fix in the server. Index for server. And it's for the reading. When we read these messages, we want this to be sorted. Oh, let's check. Firestore Query NodeJS sort. Order and limit. Yeah, ordering. That's what I want to do. I don't want to limit. I'm fine with giving everything order by. That's it. Order by created. So messages, order by created. I do think this will be the wrong sorting if I'm not mistaken. Oh, I have to restart the server, of course. Yeah, now it has the older messages first. I think in most message systems, you want to have it the opposite way. But actually, now that I think about it, you can't. I mean, if you want to talk to each other like this is the correct sorting. Old to new. It's fine. It's up to what people want, of course. But you can even just load all messages and then put it in a div around it and limit the messages so that and then scroll down in the list so you see the last, but then people can scroll up. There's many solutions here. You can also just load the last three from the API and use queries to change the pagination on the API response. Pagination is pretty cool. But for now, I don't want to add all that code to this repository because right now we're already showing some really cool features. Hello, everyone. I think this blueprint is finished now. And my message was already sent, so I can't send another. But yeah, we got database writing, we got Slack writing, we got Slack receiving. Yep, we did a lot of stuff in this tiny blueprint. Remember, it's not that much code in the end. Let me do a couple things. Let me first say this was nice feature, Slack integration, and then publish that branch. And then again, I'm gonna kill this stuff, kill that stuff, go to my main branch, and update the README so that it contains Slack. Read and write to Slack channel, to a Slack channel. Actually, it's not read and write. It's like write to and receive messages from Slack channels. Yeah, write and receive messages from Slack channels. That should be fine. Good. So this is my chore. Update README. Sync that. Blueprints. There it is, Slack. And in the server, if I go look at the server. Now the one thing, of course, is that this hook I need to now replace. I need to make sure this is no longer the same. In fact, let me go clean up a bunch of stuff because this is why it's so annoying to make blueprints. You want to make sure people can't hack you afterwards. So I have to go I have to disable the events so I don't get spammed here. So I'll just turn off my my bot basically. I also have to go then, probably showed that bot a bit too many times, so I'll just redo the bot information as well. No, the client secret and client signing secret were kept safe. That's kind of okay. I don't have to do that, but a verification token, I will regenerate that. Oh my God. I don't have a password because I signed in with Google. All right, never mind. And then the ngrok, I also need to, my auth token needs to be absolutely reset now. Reset. I understand this cannot be undone. I understand that any tunnel started will no longer be able to connect. Reset the auth token. Great. Good. I have restarted everything. Let's close that. I hope ngrok was a really good service. Again, I can't recommend it enough. But again, there's also another option. So again, I'll show you here. Ngrok is good for hosting. So you can host something, and then serve local files, basically serve local requests. Request from the website, from you get a URL from ngrok, and then everyone who connects to that goes to your computer, right? So it's a bit unsafe. It's mostly used for development. I wouldn't use it in any production situation, but it's still very good. And let's see, I've reset that, I've reset that, I've reset that. That's all good. Yes, well, I guess this was it. Close that. Today was a productive day. It really was. I created 3 extra branches and now we have a total of 9. And you can read all about them here. And then you got the Slack channels, you got the Google Firestore, you got the Bootstrap contact form. These 3 I've done today. And I've basically started with Bootstrap, just a bit of front-end simple stuff. And then I kept expanding. Right? And I'm just constantly showing the same thing. I'm showing different kinds of ways to connect, different kinds of ways to do both front end and back end. Everything is connected. Yeah, this was kind of it. I hope this was a useful stream to everyone. Oh man, I really want to make it to the 4 hours and I'm on 3 hours 46 minutes. What are we going to do for the last 13 minutes? I have no idea. I have no idea. I mean, we could put demos or pictures of the branches. Nah, why would you put pictures of the branches here? I'm thinking about killing the chat because it's really not that impressive. CRUD already does whatever this chat does, and chat doesn't look so good. And it's also not real time, so the chat aspect of chat isn't there. I think I'll delete that branch. I think it's time. Time to kill a branch. Let's first check it out before we kill it again. Client, source. We had a store which had a user in it. Because I needed a user on this side and then a buffer to type in the middle. It was a funny blueprint. Actually, I don't think I will delete it. It is pretty special. The thing that is not real time is maybe a bit bad. But actually it is real time. It was doing it's doing it with polling. It's doing it with polling. In fact, I do like that this one is doing form post with polling. This one is doing form post with nothing. It's just a form post. It doesn't get. You have to refresh the screen to get it. And then this one does the real-time version of CRUD. So this is the most serious. But again, every time you add something more serious, you also make it more complicated. Like and people want simple blueprints, right? Guys, please, by the way, give me a like and a subscribe. YouTube, Twitch. It would help a lot. Really trying to grow the channel here. Yep. I like writing code, and I think you know, many times when I was starting with programming, I missed having good blueprints and a bunch of code to copy things from. And it takes a while to start building that up. Of course, after you write it yourself, or you copy and collect it from different areas of the internet, but mostly you collect it yourself, then you have this great sense of like, you know exactly where you can find something, right? And then you can quickly go get it whenever you have an idea. But that's why these blueprints, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to give you these streams so that you can, instead of having to do all of that actively, you can kind of do it a little bit passively. You can see and remember if I maybe made a blueprint on something, either by manually going here and looking over everything, or you just watch the stream. And I mean, yes, they are of course like 4 hours long each time. but maybe casually you can see something that that you would need, that you would like to have, right? And especially if you already see one of these channels, see one of the things that interest you, like WebSocket or Slack or well, hosting, you can watch the video related to that, right? And that's also what I want to do later. I want to make specific videos, cut them out of the mainstream, out of my long videos. I want to cut the pieces out that just describe how to build that specific part, and then I would link. I would probably create links to it as well, right? That would be a great way to do it. And I know I use branches in a bit of a weird way here, because these branches, I'm never going to merge these branches. Like, they're supposed to be separate like this. Um, oh, one thing I do have to do still is add to every branch I have so far, I need to add to the git ignore. That's actually pretty critical that I do that well. So the git ignore contains all this, and it needs to keep containing all of this. So every time I switch, let's say I switch to database. Oh, that's weird. Why is that? Oh, sorry, database, of course. Hosting, I mean. See, then this Google service thing wants to be saved again. So I need to say no, chore, upgrade. Actually, I think I should be able to just git pull from main always. That should be possible, because main is very simple. So let's Control C this, and let's see if I can just git pull origin main. I think that should fit. Oh, that's strange. Is that, how many errors are there? Package JSON. Oh, there's some other changes. But why are these errors? This is completely acceptable. You know what to do, except the incoming one, of course. Like, when in this whole list, when can I not accept incoming? That's the question now. Oh, right. This one is a little difficult, because here I added a bunch of stuff. Here I want to accept both. Yeah, I really want to accept both. Accept both changes. Oh. Oh, shit. 6. Oh my god. The ordering was wrong. Well, good I see it now at least. Or I didn't see it. My automatic indenter fixed it. Well, so be it. Thank you for the work, automatic indenter. What's going on here? So Firebase got added. That's good. That's needed for hosting. And React scripts. Oh, how is React scripts changed? Oh, right, the comma. The comma is added, yes. And then here, I don't see exactly what changed other than deploy. None of this other stuff has changed. So I'll just accept the current change. There's no real change here, and there shouldn't be any real change in this one. And in the package JSON, we see this is different as well, because now, this is the big difference. Now we do have to start here. Oh, okay, no, that is already part of it. So then we accept the current change, because it was already part of it. My bad. Accept current change. Yeah, that's a good merge. So merge the branches. Yeah, so git add dot, add them all, merge. It should be good. I guess I want to make sure that all the branches have 0, 8 commits ahead. Everything has to be ahead of main. That's it. So even Slack has to be ahead of main. That's interesting, but that shouldn't be a big problem. So let's see. If I just git pull origin main, please don't give me too many errors. 1 conflict in git ignore. Okay. Well, then I already know what I'm going to do there. I'm going to accept the incoming. It's exactly the same. What are you talking about? All right, great. Merge that. Nice. Another one fixed. Database. Oh, database. Git pull origin main. Accept the incoming change. Add that. Merge that. Done. Next, Bootstrap. Of course, Bootstrap. Git pull origin main. Hey, for the first time that it doesn't complain at all. Just says sync me up and it's done. And then scroll. Yeah, scroll should definitely not complain. Git pull origin main. That should be an instant good thing, and then push up the changes. Perfect. So now nothing should be behind. There. Scroll 5, 3, 5, 6, 8. Yeah. Now it should be also easier to compare, because before we had this issue with comparing. Like if I take one of my most complicated ones, hosting is 8, which is actually really a lot. Why is that so much? It is at least able to merge now. So it explains that the difference is I added this. I added some Firebase stuff. I added Firebase thing. I added the deploy. This is really nice to read. This is what I enjoy so much about like doing a good compare. You can really see what it takes. This is the difference between any other code and adding hosting, right? You can see the steps. This is a really good screen to use in that case. You can always use these compare buttons to compare everything. This is even nicer. Bootstrap, React, Bootstrap. I added some other colors. I added some of this. I did this. Change the colors to white here. Just a bunch of CSS showing that that's really what you're going to be doing. And then, oh, I did delete stuff. Yeah, I always remove stuff, and then I guess that's not nice. It would be nicer to not change anything, but I think it's important not to have pieces of code in the source code that are unused. Make everything really effective. So we have a new contact. Also, it makes this completely green, which I like, because you can see everything is just new code. Yeah, and here we get the whole post. And then this thing, file was deleted, file was deleted. This also changes a bunch. Yeah. I love it. Looking really good. And Slack, this is my biggest change so far. Actually, wait, let's first look at database. So we still have all the Bootstrap changes in here. That is a bit annoying, I guess. If you really want to know what to compare this to, you have to compare this to the Bootstrap. That would be the nicest, because then you can really see the difference between database and Bootstrap. Wait, it doesn't seem to highlight things that it shouldn't be highlighting, but it can't automatically merge. That's weird, because Bootstrap database should contain everything in Bootstrap. Let's see if that can work. If I go to Bootstrap and I say git pull origin Slack. No, sorry, Bootstrap. No, I need to go to database. Sorry, I need to go to database and git pull origin Bootstrap. Because I built it off this one, so it's weird. Already up to date. Recursive strategy. So it's weird. It didn't change anything, but it still has 2 commits. I guess so. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It's weird that they don't say it's automatic, right? Because if I now refresh, it should be. Yeah, now it's happy, and now it really shows you the difference. Yeah, that's kind of critical to do. I really do want to keep them correctly linked to each other. And so what I'll do then after this is go to Slack and include the database. Git pull origin database. That should also go without a hitch. Yeah, that's fine. And then again, 2, 2, 4 even. Wow. Okay, just merging everything very cleanly. And now we can update this one all the way to Slack. And that actually works perfectly. And it's even able to merge. And also we can change this to database. And now you can see the difference it took to add specifically the Slack to and you can see it's very little change. I created on the front end, and then most of the changes were in the back end, where I changed the name from body to data, added some Slack endpoints, and then here finally adding the URL verification stuff that was needed to make the bot work. I guess I haven't explained ngrok. That I could explain a little better. In fact, let me do that just at the end here while we finish up. I'll go to the server and write a link to ngrok, because I always forget that name, right? So it's nice to do ngrok.com, and we write that on here and on this one. Use reverse proxy ngrok.com to work from localhost and still receive webhooks. All right, that's the key. And we can say chore add comment ngrok. Little advertisement for the right service. All right, well, that was it. We have reached 4 hours and 1 minute. This was my target. I'm very happy to have made it. I hope my my conversation, my constant talking has helped you in some way. I'm very happy with what I'm looking at. I'm very happy with all these blueprints. I think they look fantastic. They got code that I really like to have later myself. Things that I'd like to have in a public place so that people can also comment on it, and if it can be any better. And if anybody wants to collaborate, I'm open to that. Perfect. I wish everyone a good evening. And yeah, tomorrow I'll be up again, streaming the same time for the last 4 hours. So 4 hours ago I started, so I will start the same time then. To me, that is 8 o'clock, from 8 to 12. So then see you then. Thanks everybody.